All right, what's up, y'all? We're back. We're back in the swing. Things are back to normal. I'm home. It's time to get back into that grind. Yo, this is Eric from the grind. People don't get that unless you were in the 90s. Yo, this is MTV's The Grind with Eric. We about to dance with some biker shorts right now. Yo, this is Eric from the grind. What's Eric up to? I'm going to interview Eric. I'm going to debate Eric. I'm going to get Eric from the grind on here and be like, I'm going to priest up your biker shorts. Because I think they're fake and gray. All right, what's up, everybody? So, yeah, we had a wild week. Actually, 10, 11 days in Los Angeles. A lot of fun. Got to meet a lot of really great Orthodox people out there. We had 4th of July out there with FDA. And we got to meet a lot of Hollywood phonies. I'm just joking. Hollywood elites. Not really. But we did get to hang out with Jamie Kennedy. So we did Jamie Kennedy's podcast. We did Sam Tripoli's podcast. I did Pearl's podcast with Tim Gordon and Rachel. That's going to be an interesting discussion. I did the Sammy Gravano podcast. If you don't know, the most famous living gangster, John Gotti's underboss. It was a wild, we did an interview and then we did a separate podcast. So, man, things have been crazy. Pretty much every day in Los Angeles was multiple media events. We had our live event. It was a blast. We had a lot of people come out. Really thankful to everybody that made it. I was a little nervous about how that was all going to go, but it ended up being super cool. Everybody liked Jamie Kennedy's stand-up. He did great. I did my first live performance of multiple cringecore songs, and it was cringe, and that's exactly what I was going for. So I would say that is a success. That means that you're going to get a lot more cringecore live from me. Now, I did the one trolling of the Matthew McConaughey song, and that was a lot of fun at the Libertarian event. But this was, this was a different beast, different ball game, as they say. And, this was like a Japanese game show incarnate in me, is what I'm saying. Anyway, so we had a great 10 days. It was wild. First thing I want to say, though, that pertains to today's discussion will be about some of the Twitter drama and the past few days. The first thing I want to say is that I think everybody can tell that we don't go out trying to fight people and start arguments with priests and clergy. It does not happen. We don't do that. I only respond at times when people are publicly saying things that are false. And so if a priest, even though he's a priest, says things that are doctrinally false, it's nothing wrong, and it's not an attack to respond to that. Okay? And to tell a uniate, as Father Raphael Barberg did, as you can see here, that you don't have to convert, just do whatever God leads you to, is false. God is not going to lead you to stay in a false religion. And the seething tweet was cloaked in why we're bad. Stay away from Orthodox apologists and their minions. Well, I'm pretty sure Jesus did a lot of apologetics. Pretty sure Paul did a lot of apologetics. In fact, we can go to the book of Acts and we can look at Acts 19. And what does it say there? It says, Paul went through this into the synagogue and spoke boldly for 3 months, reasoning, persuading, debating concerning the kingdom of God. And there's also a verse in Acts 18 that says the exact same thing. Anyone with a remotely classical education or pedagogy would know that there's nothing inherently bad or evil about debating. To deride debating is actually to return to a form of barbarism and primitivism. Because a society that can debate is an educated society. A society that cannot debate is a barbaric, primitive, regressive, childlike society. And as we covered in the Dark Triad paper, what did I tell you when we did a few Red Pill live streams about the Dark Triad paper? I said, not only does this psychology paper describe the virtuous victimhood, virtue signaling status as an indicator of Dark Triad personality traits, it's also perfectly applicable to the church and its Dark Triad individuals who understand that counter signaling and virtue signaling and victim status is actually a way to increase social status, particularly on social media. And the paper, which we covered, it's an actual APA paper, you can go read it, describes the fact that the motivations of these cunning individuals is that they know that they can actually increase social status, extract attention, and even other things, perhaps parishioners, perhaps tithes, who knows. They know that it's an extraction technique. It's a technique for increasing one's status in a society dominated by egalitarianism and, quote, fairness. So when a society has become effectively effeminate and feminized, the new values in the society revolve around hurting people and not hurting people. And as you saw in the meltdown of the tweets of his responses, it was all how he was a victim and that my mere responding to him was abusive, a bully. Who hurt you? All the typical leftist journalist techniques were evident in that absurd exchange yesterday. And why did it go to that? Immediately. Because I called out a theological falsehood. I simply stated that what he said was false. And then I said, you yourself say that you joined the one true church. And then here you are saying that it is false to say that there's one true church. In fact, the tweet actually says stay away from the Orthodox apologist, seek God wherever he leads you. Well, so God can lead me into a false religion? So you start to see that these people don't see unionism as a different religion. They don't see it as something else. They are ecumenists. And again, the ultimate goal, as we all know, has to do with the 2025 proposed future union with Rome. And they're mad that people are talking about this. They didn't want people talking about this. They're mad that people are not under the control of AFR. They want AFR to be the Orthodox media outlet. I don't even want to be an Orthodox media outlet. I don't like interacting with these people. But when they say stuff like this, it is not wrong to say this is false. He says the true church is a left-brain activity and a fool's errand. What? Who in their right mind as an Orthodox person could say this? And then his clarification was nothing but damage control. He never said this was false and I said it wrong. His clarification was to say the dialectical opposite. The Orthodox Church is the true church. Well, then you just said that it's a left-brain fool's errand activity. By the way, Jesus assumed a fully rational human mind. That means both hemispheres of the brain, right? The brain is what houses the mind, we could say. Left and right brain. That means Jesus had a rational soul, as the ecumenical councils teach, in the condemnation of Apollinarianism. So even though they might not recognize it, all of the people, all the Orthodox piety signalers who are opposed to rational, cataphatic argumentation, logic, and theology are actually Apollinarian. Because they will always eventually go back to the fact that our Lord does not want us reasoning. Our Lord does not want us to debate. Did you ever read John? Pretty sure debate goes on a lot with the Pharisees. Jesus sits there and debates the Pharisees chapter after chapter after chapter, proving from the scriptures, proving from the Old Testament, from the law and from prophets. Did you not read Moses? He wrote about me. Do you not know the scriptures? They testify of me. That's called debating. Now, using jokes and perhaps even off-colored things, that's called rhetoric. And that's actually part of the debate. Did you know that? Go watch a classical debate. Go watch Hitchens in the Oxford Union debates. They're on YouTube. Do you think Oxford knows anything about classical debate styles, you notice that he launches insults and jabs throughout his presentation. It's part of the rhetoric. It's funny. It's part of persuasion. Rhetoric is being persuasive. Now, if all you have is insults and rhetoric, that's not a good debater. But a good debater does have rhetoric. He does have the ability to make jokes about the opponent. And anyone with education would know this. But to get to a situation in society where any form of rhetoric leads to crying out that you're being abused, are you serious? Opposing you on the internet and saying that this is wrong is not abuse. You're a bully. That's not bullying. He then said I doxed him for going to his public profile on a public website with his public information about how to publicly contact him. I didn't even put up that information. I put up the statement that he joined the one true church, which he says here is a fool's errand. And in any of this, did he admit wrong? No. All he did was double down and play victim status. Why do these people play victim status all the time? It is not because they're actually victims. It is because they possess the dark triad traits, and they know, they're cunning enough to know, that signaling the victim status is a way to gain attention, gain and extract value. That's what the paper proves. It demonstrates it in several test case examples, that people were far more willing to support someone, to give them money, to give them attention, when they effectively and convincingly convey their victim status. Now, that doesn't mean that nobody's ever a victim or that you can't ever talk about being a victim. But replying to you on Twitter and saying that your public statements are false and that your public profile says you joined the one true church is not bullying and is not abuse. That is ridiculous. And I have to sit here on a daily basis. And I don't care. Imagine if these people went through what we get. Actually being harassed, actually having their website deleted, actually having Muslims and other people say, we're going to kill you. Actual death threats, this kind of stuff. They would melt like the moth before the flame in a Janet Jackson video. Even though moths don't melt, but candles do. But that's what popped in my head. So that's what we're going to go with. Like a moth to a flame, burned by the fire. My love is blind, can't you see my desire? That's the way love goes. That's the way love goes. Ooh, pay piggy. Anyway, so I did want to comment on this. And, of course, what was next? Who's your priest? I'm going to tattle on you. Well, this shows, too, that a lot of the people who are the detractors and don't like what we mad people, they never listen to what we talk about. In fact, I had another priest tell me that one of the bishops in the OCA who was critical and didn't like what we do has never heard anything I talk about, doesn't know what I talk about, and was under the impression that all I do is yell and scream at people. Everybody here knows that there was a phase of internet stuff called blood sports, and it was entertainment. It was not authentic debates. But every now and then, there were authentic debates. And one of those was the debate with JF, the atheist. A couple other debates happened that were more ridiculous and entertaining with pagan figures and sedevacantists. And so the clip out of the sedevacantists debate is used where I was calling the person an idiot, who actually was an idiot. Did you know that the book of Proverbs calls people fools? That means that you're not a bad person for identifying when somebody is objectively a fool. That doesn't make you a bad person when somebody's a fool. Jesus says, if you call people fool without cause, you're guilty. Doesn't say that it's never right to call a person a fool, because if it's never right to call a person a fool, then the Holy Spirit is wrong because it inspired Solomon to say, avoid the fool. How do you avoid the fool if you can't identify a fool? This is so childish, basic, and silly that we have to have these kinds of conversations. But I think for most people, or a lot of people, maybe not most, I don't know, I won't say most, but for a lot of people, religion is a performative act that you do, like the way Tate describes it, like the way Jordan Peterson describes it, as a form of self-help. The God concept is your leveling up marketing bro tool for Tate. And that's what I critiqued. For Jordan Peterson, the God concept is a thing that helps you in your self-transformative integration process, whatever that is. To be what? To be a better, quote, better person. To be the real me, the higher self. And for a lot of people, I think they think that piety is a thing that you signal, that you display. If I display on the internet how I pray, one of the guys coming at me today, I looked at his feed and he says, Jay is the worst person, the worst role model. Now, I actually agree, I'm not a role model. And that's why I always tell, don't look to me to be a role model. I actually agree with his comment. However, he wasn't saying this from any position of actual concern or wanting me to be better or whatever. He was saying this because of his seething gamma-hood. How do I know that he's a seething gamma? Because I go to his feed and he's publicly talking about how much he weeps for sinners. Why are you tweeting about literally weeping for other sinners? This is unbelievable to me. Nobody is more pharisaical than that. What does Jesus say? Jesus says the Pharisees are the worst people. Period. Worse than the libs. Why? Because the Pharisee makes the religion into a performative act in front of everyone. You disfigure your face to show that you've been fasting. Your dour countenance. You pray on the street corners. You pray on Twitter. You are disgusting. You are the worst people. If you think that being heated in a debate is the worst problem that the church has, you have serious delusions. I mean, there's people out here trying to chop off pee-pees on kids, okay? People trying to objectively turn the Orthodox Church into the Roman Catholic Church. And you think that I'm the problem and I'm the worst thing out here. This Greek Orthodox priest told one of the catechumens his greatest fear for orthodoxy. Can you believe this? What in the world? So I got the guy, somebody DM'd me this the other day, so that I talked to this Go Arch priest. He said his greatest fear is that you do this work in this debate. And I'm like, how on earth could I be the worst, most dangerous thing for the Orthodox Church? And he says, because it undermines the ecumenist project with Rome. And now I'm like, all right, well, I'll take that. That's actually a badge of honor. I love it. So ultimately, this stuff, it's not about me being mean. It's not about Father Hears is a rigorist. It's not about Father Josiah is a evil right-winger. All of this has to do with anybody who does not go along with ecumenism is going to be a problem for the geopolitical moves of 2025. It's very simple, very transparent, and that's why all these goons and goobers, like the Fordham people and all these people, are so mad and so enraged. And it's funny because I actually know real sins, right? Because we all go to confession. So we confess real sins. And I'm sitting here thinking, dude, the stuff that they say isn't even real sins. He makes jokes on the internet. He's mean. Where does the Bible say it's wrong to be, quote, mean? Now, I think you can be mean-spirited and it can be a sin. But being nice, that's not a virtue. Being mean, that's not one of the 7 deadly sins. Mean is subjective. Oh, he made a weight joke about Eric Ibarra. You see how mean and abusive he is. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break. Ironically, I don't sit here harping over morals and harping on this kind of stuff. One of the reasons that we've had a good effect, I think, is because almost always we've stuck to the topics, the issues. And the most sure sign of a loss in a discussion or a debate is the deflection over into personal character and characteristics. and motivations. The biggest soy move that anyone can ever do is start questioning and debating another person's motives, because no one has access to that. You can't know that. You don't know my motives. Some guy approached me at an event, didn't even know this person. The first thing he says to me is, I want to know what your motives are. I don't even know you. And you come up to me and get in my face, that's the first thing you say? What are your motives? Well, if I have bad motives, what do you think I'm going to say? My motives are bad. I'm only here for money. I'm a grifter. What do you think I'm going to say? It's such a stupid question. And what is with all the spurgs who don't know basic social skills to say, hey, what's up? Glad to meet you, man. I have some areas of disagreement. Fine. Yes, that's cool. Voice them. At least tell me your name first before you start debating my motives. It's just weird. What is wrong with people? I think the internet has just ruined people. FDA says there's a combination of spurgery and everybody living on the internet, and people are going crazy and they don't have social skills. They can't just walk up to somebody and say, hey, what's up? Good to meet you. This is why the pickup artists make all the money, is because they're teaching dudes basic social skills, which you shouldn't have to learn from a freaking pickup artist, which is retarded, right? So you're running over here to Andrew Tate to learn how to say hi to a person. You don't need Andrew Tate to say hi to somebody. I'm sorry that you didn't have a dad, but it's not my fault, and I'm not your internet dad. I'm not your spiritual leader. Some guy was mad at me today because I didn't reply to him months ago about whether he should be a monk as an old person. I can't give you the advice about being a monk. Why would that make you mad? You also have to understand that every interaction in DMs for me is a liability, because no matter what I say, and this happens all the time, somebody gets mad, they get butthurt. I don't even know what they're butthurt about, and that becomes ammo to use against me down the road. You understand that when you get an audience, all of this changes. Things are very different. You deal with ridiculous, absurd people every day, nonstop. So that is part of the reason why it's very on point. It's like, get to your point, move on, let's do this, let's go on, okay? And I used to think, when I would hear Alex and media people be this way, I thought, they're so mean to people. Why are they so mean to people? Now I understand, if you do media stuff, why it is this way. It's just a different ballgame. And you could look at it like, even if you don't like what I talk about or what we do or debates or whatever, you don't have to debate. You don't have to be that. You don't have to follow this stuff, but it doesn't make me a bad person to do this stuff. Have I lost my temper? Yeah, I can think of a few times in debates where I genuinely lost my temper. Yeah. Maybe 3 where I genuinely got too mad over the span of 5 years of debating for countless hours. And maybe there's a few more. But in hundreds of hours of debates, getting angry, 3 or 4 times, maybe 5. That's not that bad. It's not like I'm just up here seething and being mean to people. I just get up, waking up, ready to be mean. Who could I be mean to today? I'm so miserable. And by the way, his response was, you are clearly a miserable person. Not miserable at all. I had the best time in the last 10 days going on a podcast with one of the most genius comedians in the world. One of the best shows ever. And I was blessed to get to talk to him. We got to talk to him about orthodoxy. Who else gets to be in these positions to talk to these people? But I think a lot of these people think that, no, this is not for everyone. This is like a country club. And it's my weird, effeminate soy country club group. Or it's my weird academic group or something like this, right? I'm sorry, it's my weird ethnic group. We are Greeks. The Orthodox Church is Greek. I went to a large Greek parish, and the priest was great. I won't say what, but this is a parish that seats 500. And there were 40 to 50 people there. Now, I chose not to commune because of being in row corps and I had not confessed this week. So I chose not to commune. But my point is not to be mean to the Greek church, but I'm saying that it's an example of this idea of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese and people in America, this attitude of like, this is a country club church for Greek people. And you don't need to be here if you're not Greek. That is a real issue. It's a real problem. By the way, that doesn't vindicate Lofton and the people, because it's no different in the ethnic churches in the Roman world. Okay, it's no different. And Protestant churches can be ethnic too. So I'm not saying it's wrong to be ethnic. I'm just saying that the worship of that, like treating the church like it's an elite ethnic country club, is not right. And that's part of the problem, because that's partly what got the Greeks in America allied to the Democratic Party. I don't like to get into politics. Well, I don't either. I hate politics. But that's a sad fact. So they aligned themselves to the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party used to be this, working class immigrant party. So it makes sense. But it became a totally corporate New World Order party. And all of those archons that give all the money to the Greek church and to the Fordham and all this garbage, that's all evil. It's objectively evil. You are evil people. You are touting Biden as a great man of faith. You are evil. Bartholomew is evil. And I've never, ever not said that because I almost didn't become Orthodox in 2007. Actually, I didn't become Orthodox because of a lot of these things. I was like, this is like the Roman Church in 2007. So a lot of what Lofton and these people say, stuff I thought and things I thought in 2007. And if the Orthodox Church is a quasi-papal church, which is what they want to make it into, and if he's a new pseudo-pope, who on earth with any moral sense would want to join this organization? That would be crazy. Thank God it's not a papal thing. Otherwise, he would just be a less effective pope. A pitiful pope in the shadow of the other pope, Francis. Envious and jealous and wanting to be Francis. But these people are servants to geopolitical agendas. It's very simple. It's not hard to figure out. It's a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. It's public. Also, I want to add, too, that for a lot of the Ancient Faith Radio crowd and for the people who, somebody sent me today a bunch of, Father Thomas Soroka is now, how bad these people are. Look how bad they are. They're abusive and they're mean. No, I'm not. I'm not abusive and I'm not mean. If by mean you mean mean-spirited, don't like people, mistreat people. Simply not true. Debating is not mean. Internet orthodoxy doesn't exist, as Chase says. Because if internet orthodoxy is a problem, well, then Ancient Faith Radio is a problem. Father Damick is a problem. Because they're all online as internet orthodoxy. No, it's the idea that there is a large group of people called Ortho Bros, which started as a pejorative. It's not an actual movement. They're actually, by the way, the last people, they actually try to say it's a movement. Like I started a movement, some sort of political movement. No, I didn't. All I've ever done is said that I do debates, apologetics. I point people in the direction of where they should go, which is to the church. Never told people not to go to church. And everybody in the Discord knows that we've always, from day one, said, you need to be in the church. And so what did they do? They made up lies and said that I tell people not to go to church. Totally not true. Then it was, he's not really Orthodox. Another lie. We're almost 6-7 years into this now. And people are still saying, he's a new convert. And I don't want to be anybody's guru or spiritual leader. I'm not that. I have absolutely no desire for that. And I've always told, that's the weird part, is I've always told people to go listen to your priest. But here's the problem. I started to realize that I tell people to do that, and then the stuff that they hear me say, Then they go and they have some ecumenist priest who tells them, no, it doesn't matter whether you uniate or not. And then the priest is put in a weird position now, which is his fault, not mine, because he's wrong. It's not my fault that what he said is wrong. And so if catechumens are going to him and he can't defend the contradiction between saying that a true church is a left brain fantasy and that he claims to have joined the one true church, that is not my fault. I am not bad for sending young men to the church. Imagine thinking that sending young men to the church somehow makes me bad. This is so insane. So inverted. Would you rather them be on OnlyFans? I mean, I think actually maybe they would. Because the kind of people that they actually, quote, want in the church are just women or effeminate men who will do anything, say anything, whatever they're told. That's the whole point. Because people who actually believe this and take it seriously would never go back to Francis. Nobody is going to join Francis's world religion cult with Pachamama and all this nonsense. Who in their right mind with any discernment would do that? Now, another thing about the AFR I want to mention is that Father Soroka says, we purged the liberalism at AFR. Oh, well, then why am I still a bad person? Because I was the one that said that there's a bunch of liberals there. So you're admitting that I was correct, but I'm still bad because of all that. That's not I'm not bad for that. I didn't do that. You're the one that promoted the Skittles children promoting people, not me. And you're mad because I called that out. Now, how does that make me a bad person? Well, you see, all they can come up with is, he's mean. Which is funny because I actually do confess actual sins in confession, right? So it's like, that's the thing. Well, that's because all they have publicly, right? But I hate to break it to you, but I mean, a lot of these people are just nasty people, man. What did Jesus say about Pharisees? Inside, dead men's bones, vipers inside. And I wish that it wasn't the case that the Antiochians weren't also getting into ecumenism, but they are. Just a fact. All of the jurisdictions have ecumenists. So there's never any perfect jurisdiction. Maybe there's a spectrum if you were to somehow total it on have a scale. Maybe, I don't know. But you just have to take it on a case-by-case basis. So find out what your bishop believes. Find out what your individual priest believes. And you're not bound as a layman to have to go to that church. You can find another Orthodox church. And I recommend, what are the examples I gave of problems? Well, if your priest says that the Russian church is inherently evil and Putin is a new Hitler, that's a red flag. If they say that women should be deaconesses and on a mass scale eventually should become female priests, leave that church. If they say the Roman Catholic Church is basically the same as the Orthodox Church and Pope Francis and Bartholomew are fostering a genuine union, leave that church and leave that priest. If they say there's no such thing as a heresy of ecumenism, they're wrong, red flag. If they say that sexual morals evolve and progress, not a good church. If apologetics is viewed as an outdated, outmoded approach based on ancient and medieval notions of objective truth and that the divine is in any way rational, beware. Because for that church, religion is probably viewed as an emotional, existential phenomenon that supersedes anything like, quote, dogma. If they say that the new ethics or that they virtue signal environmentalism, racism, patriarchal oppression, critical theory, and not virtues and vices, then you know it's a bad church. If they say that all forms of self-defense, all forms of warfare, and capital punishment are inherently immoral and anti-orthodox, red flag, beware. And actually the OCA website says that. If they say that evolution and pacifism are actually orthodox dogmas, which some of them will say, bad news. Now, again, I'm not saying every one of these necessarily makes everybody there evil. I'm saying these are all red flags. Some of them, like the moral thing, that's like straight up like get out of there. The Bible does not relate any historical events or historical truths, but rather is a primitive expression of ancient Near Eastern peoples and their primitive worldview, and that we should read the Bible through the lens of, that's a typo, lens, not least, of German higher critics. That's a problem. And especially a lot of these sort of Anglican converts, a la Father Stephen Freeman, these kinds of people, that's their view. When they say that there are no, quote, conspiracies, even though the people who have these views typically promoted the conspiracy of Trump-Russia collusion, which is a fake, defunct, debunked conspiracy, which I said day one, totally vindicated. These people, by the way, push those conspiracies, but then they turn around and say that there are no geopolitical conspiracies, there is no push for globalization, and when there is a push for globalization, it's a good thing. Gaslighting. So there you go. An easy list of problem statements, problem people. There you go. How do I know a good Orthodox church? Here you go. Read these. Here's some red flags right there. Now, since Father Bamberg said that he is eager to get in contact with my priest, and he said he welcomes anyone reaching out to the Antiochian bishop and the headquarters, please do so. And feel free to include his tweet there, which he never said was wrong. All he did was do damage control and say, I also believe the Orthodox Church is a true church. Oh, but also, if you say there's a true church, it's left brain fantasy. And don't do apologetics. Don't get into apologetics because they're mean and abusive. It's just not true. And apologetics isn't bad. And uniates have to convert. What a disgrace to the people who think of all the people that made tremendous sacrifices leaving the Roman Catholic Church to become Orthodox. Oh, but by the way, you didn't even have to do that. Ha ha. You didn't have to be a martyr. It doesn't matter how many times Roman Catholics martyred Orthodox people. It wasn't necessary. You could have just become Roman Catholic. See? Problem solved. So what did we learn about this? Well, to the ecumenist, as we've seen with previous ecumenists, the only person that they will debate with are apologists. Because to the ecumenist, the very existence of the apologist means that they're wrong. Because it means that there is objectively true and false positions, true and false religions. Not in all paths lead to God. Not in all churches are in a scale connected to God. Not every church is a true church, but in percentages. 30% Orthodox, 50% Orthodox. That doesn't exist. You can't hold to one heresy. If that was the case, then we all could have just been semi-Arian. There would have been no controversy. Well, I mean, the Arians are 60% Orthodox, so let's just go with it. It's a holistic thing. You can't have 92% Orthodoxy. Oh, the 8% that I disagree with, Mary's virginity. I don't agree with that. So, but I'm still Orthodox. It doesn't work like that. It's not a piecemeal thing. And all of these people should know this. And again, it has nothing to do with the true or the falsity of what all of the debates are. Ultimately, this is geopolitically motivated. Now, I don't know about him. May not be with him. He may have absolutely no interest in geopolitical future union with Rome. But what I'm saying is that it has been told amongst the various clergy and clerics, and I've heard this from probably 10 different sources that are reliable, that as this move towards the reunion with Francis and all this of 2025, which is the anniversary of Nicaea, as it moves towards that, they must isolate those that will not go along with ecumenism. They have already said this. So they've identified the problem people, and the problem people don't even necessarily agree on every single point, right? I've never talked to Father Josiah. I don't have any disagreements with him. I've always thought his work's great. We've never interacted. He may not agree with all the stuff I say. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter, because from their vantage point, anybody who's not on board with these kinds of phrases, like you could be a unity, it doesn't matter, are identified as problem people. They don't care about canonical status of father hears, or none of that. All that has to do with isolating individuals because of where the power structure wants to go. And a lot of that has to do with money. What money various foundations and NGOs and think tanks have put into various places. That's it. It's that simple. Not vast conspiracies, okay? It's very simple. The power elite puts money into places to control it. That's it. It's that simple. Foundations put money into things to control it. And if you don't know that, then you are completely naive about how the world really works. But every one of the priests who's had some time in various jurisdictions typically seems to know that, interestingly, because I talk to a lot of them. So I'm not involved in the priesthood. I'm not involved. I'm not in that world, but I hear from priests often about that world. And that's what I hear. I'm not saying everybody's evil and corrupt. I'm just saying that it's not a controversial statement to think that the United States government, NGOs, think tanks, foundations, universities, Fordham, etc., are putting pressure and influence on the world of orthodoxy in the exact same way and an exact same model as what David Wimhoff describes in his magisterial scholarly book. Okay, so if I've read 10 treatises on this, thousands of pages, don't you think I know a little bit about it? Even if you think I'm a bad person, maybe I know what I'm talking about. But it's just amazing how soy and how weak everyone is. And just how just garbage people. I'm not talking about this priest, but I'm talking about the attitude of the piety signalers on Twitter, whose lives are so defunct and bereft of meaning that the dopamine hit that they get from whining on Twitter is the pleasure that they get in a day. That's the fulfillment that they get. So here's the thing. It's not. I think there's even more fundamental issues beyond the theology. I mean, I know everything's theological, but here's what I'm trying to say. There's just an epidemic of soy men. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, guys don't know anything about being a guy. And so they're gravitating to the slightest inklings of manhood. Peterson, because he doesn't totally kowtow to. So he's suddenly like this archetype of, I mean, he's just saying basic stuff. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I don't know Jordan Peterson. I'm just saying that Tate can say a couple basic things. And with a lot of bravado and machismo, oh yeah, Tate. And a lot of the boomers in the Orthodox world, how do we speak to the young men? We can't speak to the young men. How can we speak? Here I am speaking to the young men, bringing them to your church. And then you're mad about it. What? It's all inverted and weird and backwards. Everything's crazy. So, if you would like, since Father Raphael wants to tattletale on me, I would encourage people to email or call, be very polite. The Antiochians, there's the number right there. Here, I'll put the email. And by the way, these are not some elite country club. Oh, how dare you speak to us? It's all public. So what, I can't speak to these people? I'm not telling anybody to be rude. I'm saying be polite. And if they want to engage in tattletaling, they want to engage in coming after me publicly online, I can respond. I don't have any qualm with these people. Never interacted with Father Soroka, Father Barberg. Don't have any animosity or hatred to these people. They're mad because I don't know what. I don't know what they're angry about. There is the Antiochians. You can call them or email them and be polite and say, I don't appreciate, here, screenshot what he said. How can an Antiochian priest say this and meanwhile say that I'm the worst person out there? Basically is what he said. He said I'm an asshole. I don't care that he thinks I'm an asshole. Which, by the way, why is a priest going around saying people are assholes? Yeah, he said it. You're an ass. Okay, fine. So I can't respond to that, though. I called out his error. He says I'm an ass, a bully, an abusive garbage person, basically. But all I said was that your statement is false and that you contradicted yourself. And if you want to have a meltdown over your contradiction, that's not my fault. I'm sorry. But these people are just simply mad, and they have been, because if you remember 5-6 years ago, Father Damick said this person is a nobody with no audience. Now, I don't care that he said that. My feelings aren't hurt. But now what's happened 5-6 years later? Oh, this audience is way bigger than Ancient Faith Radio. The traffic way bigger. You can check it on Google Analytics. So now they're mad that even though I was correct in pointing out the liberalism in Ancient Faith Radio, I'm still bad because I was correct, you see. And what was the response? Figure out what his dirt is. Try to get him out of the church. That's what they did. That's exactly what Damick did. For what? Oddly enough, because I had promoted Damick before that. I didn't think there was anything bad about what he said. And then it was like, we don't control this person. Here he is critiquing really bad stuff at AFR. Really bad. Okay. And you can go watch the Damick video. It's still up. And by the way, there was an agreement back at the time that I would take that video down if Damick would not publicly come after me. And I did. And then Damick publicly came after me again. So I put the video back up. So there we go. So I don't know what it's like. These people think that that's like they don't understand how the internet works, right? Like when he called everybody an incel, it's like, do you not understand that that's going to be like people are going to, it's never going, it doesn't go away. You can apologize, but it's forever there. Welcome to the internet. I hear it every day. Oh, you were a bad person because 10 years ago you hit on a chick in DMs. Oh, I'm so bad. I know. Okay, yes, I did it. Anyway, so I wanted to speak to all that and encourage everyone. There is my Substack. It has the link to the Antiochians. And don't give them, I am not giving anybody permission to go. It's all public. I'm not telling anybody to go be mean or rude. Simply express, if you would like to, that you do not support a priest who says this, who undermines people. You understand? We're out here like literally working against Islam. And you want to teach ecumenism? How's that ecumenism working out in France? Is that Muslim ecumenism producing a lot of dialogue in France right now? All right, we're going to open it up. Open forum. Anybody can come on, say what they want. You can disagree. You can have the floor. You can tell me I'm the worst person on the internet. Guess what? I'm not butthurt. I'm okay. I can handle it. I hear it every day, so it doesn't bother me. It really, like at this point, it's like, oh, cool, another one. It's like, you can make your argument about any of the topics relevant today. Now, if you do want to talk about some of this Orthodox stuff, we can. The main purpose of today's talk at Open Forum is not about Orthodox Twitter drama. But since there was so much of it, I thought I would address it and explain my side of things. And you can read my Substack that I linked there to get the full article and my critique of this sort of ecumenist attitude that's running rampant. What the real motivations are. It's not really about Father Peter here is a rigorist. It's not really about I'm mean. It all has to do with the bigger plans of where they want to take things. That's it. That's ultimately what it's about. So all this stuff is just a distraction. And remember, anytime that you bring up an issue and they immediately start talking about how you're a bad person, you know that there's something weak in their position. You know there's something up, right? So again, I'll put one more time. This is the Antiochian Archdiocese. You can send them an email or you can give them a call and say that you do not support priests saying that it doesn't matter whether you're Uniate or Orthodox. And by the way, his clarification was not a clarification. He never said that this was factually, objectively wrong. He simply affirmed the dialectical opposite, that he also believes that the Orthodox Church is the fullness of truth. Oh, so it's the true church. I mean, why are we having to debate this? This shouldn't even be a debate. But I'll say this, Father Hears is correct when he says that all this is the heresy of Nestorianism applied to ecclesiology. So this is a Nestorian ecclesiology, that Christ is not uniquely present in a singular way in the Orthodox Church. Oh, well, you see, Roman Catholics have a lot of things in common, so it doesn't matter how many things are in common. It might matter in the sense of having a conversation. For example, with Tim Gordon, we can have a lot of conversations because we have a lot of things in common. But that doesn't mean that I think Tim Gordon has a 80% true church. It doesn't work that way, and everybody knows this. When you look at the ecumenical councils, do they reason and argue as if you can hold to one or two heresies so long as you hold to 80% of it? Oh, I like the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, but I don't really like that one Holy Catholic Apostolic part. I don't like that part. Well, I'm gonna reinterpret that to be like all the Protestant churches and the Roman Catholic churches. It doesn't work that way. So again, who is the enemy of the ecumenist? The apologist. And they always out themselves because the religion is no longer about love and truth. You can't have the truth without love, and you can't have love without truth. You understand those things go together. The religion then becomes about emotiveness, emotionalism, and existential feelings. That's not what the religion is. Unless it's an effeminate ecumenist new type of religion. And that's exactly what ecumenism is intended to be. A predecessor to a new coming emergent religion. A religion that will focus on feelings, critical theory, etc., etc. Like William James type stuff, right? Everybody has religious experiences, and so all religious experiences are the same, right? This is kind of fallacy of William James. Because we're all just grasping at the same generic perennialist truth. And so no religion has the truth, capital T, you see. Now, it's true that a lot of people in Protestant and Roman Catholic churches will admit that, yes, Jesus is true, right? Jesus is the truth, and that's correct. But it doesn't stop there, because there's also one true church. It's not triumphalism. It's not Phariseeism to say that. It's a fact. When Jesus is debating with the woman at the well, she's a schismatic. She's even called that in the liturgy. When Jesus spoke to the schismatic at the well, the Samaritan woman, did Jesus say, "Oh, it's cool, bro. It's cool, chick, because you name the same God as we do. Hashtag God of Jacob." Now, if the ecumenist and the natural theologian goobers were correct, that's what Jesus should have said. Oh, it's all the same God, bro. Same name. The woman at the well disproves natural theology and perennialism and Nostra Aetate, because Jesus says salvation is of the Jews, not the Samaritans. You're a schismatic. You were wrong. And what does she try to do? She says, but what about the religious controversies of the past? She deflects. So again, you can't have union without truth. And I don't know what these people are doing. Did you not read the Alexandria document? Rome basically admitted all our positions. Now, some people were so slow boy that when we did that live stream, they thought I was saying that we were saying, oh, Rome has admitted our positions, so now we can join Rome. No, of course that's not what I was saying. How on earth could you come away with that? I said that Rome has admitted our position, Thus, Rome is false. Do you understand? If the Alexandria document admits all the Orthodox positions, or about 90% of them, then that means Vatican I's false. It's not that difficult. I didn't say, oh, then now we can join with Rome. Of course not. How could you even come to that conclusion from what I said? But anyway, a lot of these people, like the people that are really angry and hate what they don't listen to what we talk about. They don't even know what I talk about. They haven't read these books. Admittedly. But listen, don't let them tell you that you're a bad person because you read or because you debate. That doesn't make you a bad person. Now, you could make those things into idols, but it's not reading and debating that's the problem. That's an Apollinarian error. To divide the personal logos from the rational faculty. Because as the council says, Jesus assumed a rational soul. That means he has a reasoning capability. That means our reasoning is healed and deified. Whatever has not been assumed is not healed. If Jesus assumed our reasoning faculty, then reasoning is good. And that's why you see giant treatises on the wall here of the church fathers doing what? Debates. I have an icon in there of Justin, the what? Philosopher. What do philosophers do? They debate. So, debate's not bad. Being heated in a debate is not bad. That's what men do. Men have heated debates. So what? That's not a big deal. Jesus and Paul had heated debates. David says, be angry and sin not. So anger itself is not a sin. Even if I was angry, it's not inherently a sin. It might give rise to sin if I let anger take me over. All right. So enough of that. We'll open it up. Remember, but anytime I respond, I'm a bad person, right? So I'm just supposed to let all of those people say all the time. By the way, I typically don't care if it's about me. It's not that big of a deal. I don't need everyone to like me. I don't care. I do find it interesting at times to ask people, which I did in the case of one of these other people whining about me, the guy who tweets about how much he cries for sinners. I did ask a few of these people, I said, why would you follow me if you think I'm a bad role model? And most of the people that replied, I asked about 5 of them, they said, I just accidentally liked that tweet. No, you didn't. Why are you even lying, dude? It's just this attitude of like devious gamma behavior. Like, obviously you don't like me. That's fine. But I want to know why you would follow what I do if I'm a bad role model. And then it's like, literally like 3 of the 5 people are like, oh, I accidentally liked that tweet. No, you didn't. What? Dude, what's the purpose even of lying at this point? Just be like, I don't like you. Okay, fine. But why are you following me? Hate following? Dude, get a life. Anyway. And then the other guy that had that meltdown, he's not even worth talking about because this is like the 3rd or 4th time he's had a meltdown, daily orthodoxy. So I would not recommend following this person. He's constantly been a problem. He literally states the Nestorian position as if it's the Orthodox position. So we should actually feel sorry for this guy. Somebody said he's bipolar. And it's just like, what is with these people? Where are they coming from? Where are all of these messed up people? I'm messed up too. I'm not saying I'm not messed up, but it's like, here's what he says about me. Dyer denies the human personhood of Christ. That's Nestorianism 101. And no, of course, I've never denied the humanity of Christ, but I absolutely deny that Christ is a human person. Now, what was his response? He said he wants to fight in real life. I'm not joking. He said, I should fight. We should fight in real life, see how tough he is. Tough? You think this is about displaying who's tough? Debate is not about being tough. It has nothing to do with that. Maybe mental toughness. But, I mean, dude, I'm sorry. It's not my fault that you're saying heterodox, totally wrong things. And then he's like, you don't know Greek. I've never claimed to be a Greek scholar. No, correct. I've never claimed to be a Greek speaker. I'll fight you in real life. Really? And then he's over here literally looking like an dang fed. Here's what I said. Hey, let's come and chat. You're not important or smart enough. Put down your phone, tough. Or tough. You're not important or smart or tough. Okay. So this is the way people. I just don't understand this kind of action, like acting this way. To me, this is a person who might be on SSRIs. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I would never take SSRIs. And I do think a lot of these people that act this way suffer from probably depression and stuff. But so one thing might be to not go on your YouTube video looking like a fed. That might be a good idea. One place to start would be not doing YouTube videos claiming to be Orthodox, dressed up like a freaking fed. So maybe start there. And then somebody was like, oh, Adam Green, I'm not interested in. If you saw the interactions on the Crucible, then why would I debate that kind of a position? I mean, come on, guys, seriously. Anyway, so I'm rambling. Let's open it up. I'll just ramble all day. So if you have a disagreement, objection, critique, comment, we'll also do questions as well. But I want to give preference to people who disagree, people who have an issue, people who want to have a debate. So if you're somebody who has called in 50 times over the last 5 years, please let's give first place to the people who disagree. Or Rachel, you can come on as well. What would you like to say?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Excellent. Back in the grind. By the way, thank you for the Pearl interview. We had a great chat. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she said she wanted to do a religion panel, and she was like, you know, who would be some good people? And, I mean, how could I not say you for the Orthodox position? So that was a no-brainer. I just wanted to give, like, a tiny bit of insight. I think I have found, like, a little shred of a little bit of what's behind this, maybe, because I noticed with this latest guy, Father Raphael, that he was repeating the same verbiage I've heard from these other types of priests in the past. I'm like, just as somebody who researches this stuff, and I spot, you know, patterns where they're using the same kind of, you know, phrases and verbiage all the time, that they have to be either reading the same stuff or communicating with each other or something like that. Because I'm like, they don't just come up with the exact same phrases, right? So I asked him specifically, like, okay, you're saying that Jay's bad because his apologetics are bringing young men into the church who are being harmed by his way of bringing them into the church. And I'm like, no one ever tells me what this is. Can you please, like, expound on it? And he said, well, all these young men are coming into not only my parish, but all the other parishes around me, and they're very confused, and they have so many questions. And
so, like, why is that wrong? Why is that wrong?
I'll tell you why. Because I think, based on my conversation with him, he's not someone who knows a lot about the theology and the philosophy. So when a Jay Dyer listener comes in and maybe has these really complicated questions about theology or history of the church or something like that, I think it makes them perhaps feel unqualified or like they look dumb if they don't have the answers or if they don't even understand the question maybe. So like if a young convert or an inquirer comes and has a question about a heresy or like the essence energy distinction and these priests cannot articulate a good clarifying answer, I think it makes them feel like they look stupid or like they are out of their league. You know what I mean? Like they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, but I mean,
I think that's
you know,
one piece.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But I mean, that's not my fault. You know what I mean?
Oh, of course.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the job of a priest, is to be able to catechize and to be able to address the issues of our time. And Paul says, Peter says, always be ready to give an answer for the hope that is in you. So, that is basically saying that we have to do apologetics. Now, I mean, there's no reason why he can't send people to, people that know the theology. So, I mean, again, that's just not a...
of course, the right thing to do would be...
Well, so look, if you're not going to answer...
Sure, let me go find that answer.
Yeah, right. Or look, if you're not going to answer it, guess what? Muslims, Protestants, Roman Catholics are happy to answer and bring people in. So I'm not harming people by talking about things that are in the public sphere.
Right. And then the other thing he said to me, which tells me, he is absolutely an ecumenist, because he told me in his replies, he said, I have a young man right now who wants to convert to Orthodoxy, but he has a complicated family situation. It's probably not prudent to do right now. But he said, I don't worry about him at all. He's a pure soul, and God can save people whether they're in the church or not. So, if it's God's providence for him to become Orthodox at some point, he will. If not, God can save him anyway, because he seems like a really good kid. And I said, okay, if this is what you think, why are you at all concerned about people coming into the church, and having questions, or
this is Father Deacon's
inquirers?
Yeah, this is Father Deacon's reply, which is like, well, okay, so if ecumenism's true, then you should have no reason to object to us bringing people to the church.
Exactly.
So
that's what I asked him. I was like, then why would you care? And he didn't have an answer for that. But he truly does seem to have this idea that if you just have a good heart and you're a nice person, like, God will save you whether you're in the church or not. And so just be nice, and you can just be saved by being nice and pleasant. It's the emotional.
Well, that's exactly what I said. Salvation, theosis is essentially emotivism. I mean, that's exactly what I put in my Substack article. That I'm going to try to remember how I worded it. Something like, apologetics is an outdated approach based on ancient medieval notions of objective truth, and that the divine is in any way connected to the rational. Religion is primarily an emotive existential phenomena that supersedes the notion of dogma. This is are you familiar with William James and the religious experience idea?
Yeah.
That's rooted in this kind of a view, and they don't understand that's not orthodox.
Sure.
That's not orthodox.
Yeah. Yeah, this priest himself is a convert, but he seems to think that you don't have to convert. You don't have to be joined to the church in any way. He even said in his reply,
yeah, that's ecclesiological Nestorianism. Exactly.
Yeah, he said you do not have to receive the sacraments or be in the church. He said, this is such a Protestant, gave me Protestant chills from my past.
Yep.
He said, my God is so big that he can save people whether they're Orthodox or not. So as long as they're nice, I'm not worried for them.
Yeah, the irony is that,
coming to me with all these questions that I can't answer. And I don't like young men, all these young men coming into the church, because they, this guy loves sports ball. No offense to anybody who loves your sports ball out there, but this priest is like super into his sports ball.
Yeah, maybe you should put down the sports ball and learn some of the theology.
Well, that's what I would suggest. That's what I would say. As a convert myself, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see priests in Orthodoxy who are not giving football sermons, because that's what I left. I left churches that told me, just be nice, just don't hurt anybody and just enjoy your sports ball. And then you come to church on Sunday, and then the rest of the week you just go back to living like you normally do. And then you'll be saved. You just have Jesus in your heart. You get the Jesus tramp stamp and you're good to go. So I just wanted to add my little interaction with him where I asked for clarification of how is Jay harming them? And his answer was, he's harming them because they're coming to me with questions, and I'm uncomfortable answering the questions.
Yeah. Well, that's not harm, and that's not my fault. So.
Of course it's not.
But thank you, Rachel.
But that's what we're dealing with, yeah.
No, unfortunately.
All right.
Thank you. So everybody be sure to check out Rachel's book, her excellent book, Occult Origins of Feminism. Let's see. Chris Tuss, we'll let you go first. What's up, man? Unmute, bro. Here we go. I'm about to say unmute a million times. I need like a one of those things that radio DJs, that like morning DJs where they hit a button and it's like Unmute, dude. Or like a toilet flush or a monkey. I'm gonna have to get a soundboard, like a wacky morning DJ up in here. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make my question real quick. I've asked you a few times, and I respect the fact that you don't really feel like it's profitable to, talk with someone like Adam Green. But would you agree that maybe for some of us who aren't as educated as you in theology, and certainly in Orthodox Christian theology,
okay, so look,
2015,
look, did you see the discussions that he had on the Crucible?
I saw some of it, yeah.
Okay, so there's absolutely no knowledge of basic fallacies, logical fallacies. How am I going to have at all a fruitful discussion with an opponent with absolutely no education and knowledge of basic philosophical principles? So, I mean, I've said this probably 50 times.
I respect that, man, and I don't mean any disrespect at all. I guess all I'm trying to say is, would you ever be willing to consider doing it for those of us who are a little more hung up on some of the questions he asked, just to bring us, to help us a little bit? I mean, I know that's...
No, because of what I just said and what I've said for 50 times. And so I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just saying that debate assumes that the opponent is going to have some familiarity with basic logic and basic fallacies. And I've heard 3 debates from that guy and absolutely no knowledge of it at all. So, and if that's the kind of dude that you want to follow, if you find his arguments convincing, go for it, man. I don't know why those people always feel the need. They really want this debate set up, and it's like Espindola. Look, I'm here to do the debates that I do, and they're academic because that's what I'm into. That's where I come out of, and that's what they're going to be. I'm not here to do what you want me to do. I'm not a monkey that performs for you, like a sort of training thing. I'm not talking about you as in the guy that asked the question. I'm talking about all the people that constantly ask me to debate, people who have no knowledge at all of what they want to debate. And anybody with a little bit of education can see that. Go ahead. Unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of off topic relating to that Twitter stuff and the ecumenistic stuff, but I think it fits the philosophy general discussion. But could you give it like a address or like just a quick refutation of Spinoza's God? I think you're familiar with it, like the Illuminist philosopher, the one that proposes that has like a pantheistic,
right? So pantheism, right? Well, pantheism is not a God that is knowable or in any way relatable. So it's not a God that you could have a relationship with, because it's a being that is an emergent process. So any process philosophy will not have any way to ground in a stable, fixed way anything objective, right? So, for example, the laws of logic, how do we know that they're true and invariant? They don't change. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, etc., which undergirds the possibility of debate and conversation even. One way that we know that is that it's grounded in an unchanging God, right? The divine essence never changes. God is always God. God is a necessary being. God grounds these things. If God is in process and is in constant change, which is what would be the case if God is identified with the physical world or with all of existence or with the whole universe, then God is now identified with change, and thus nothing is fixed or stable. So nobody believes. So ancient Egypt, right? That's pantheism. I would assume he was influenced by Kabbalism as well as by Platon.
He was Jewish.
I know, but I'm saying that the influence would be Platon and Kabbalism. And so those systems are pretty elaborate, but they're really just restatements of Neoplatonism, hence the plethon. So again, how can we call God God if God is in process?
Nice. Thank you for the answer. Do you have any recommendation of works or books or, church father writings about it or something along those lines?
Yeah, I would start with Athanasius Against the Heathen, Ad Gentes, because he actually refutes what would be a lot of the basic assumptions for Neoplatonism or heathenism, paganism in general. So, for example, the idea that reality is all process would be kind of like the idea of the fates or paganism, right? They're closely allied. Ultimately, these go back to overlapping. What's up, Gene? How you doing, bro?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, were you in the middle of talking to someone and then it cut off? Because for me, the audio just went out for a few seconds.
No, I was just answering the question about what work would be good for amongst church fathers for that kind of stuff. And I said you could read Ad Gentes by Athanasius, where he kind of does a critique of the pagan worldviews and a lot of the argumentation that he says, even though he's not directly addressing pantheism, but it would apply.
Okay. I actually had two questions. The first one kind of quick. It was about the whole Twitter stuff that was going on yesterday.
Sure.
What do you think the overall solution is, if there is any, for the whole kind of infestation within some of GoArch and OCA, this tendency to be a little ecumenist, as we've seen, and the kind of lack of fervor in admitting that, there has to be one true way to worship God. All of this wrapped up in one seems to be prevalent in a lot of the these churches that I mentioned. Like, what would be the solution here, if there is any, and what do you think will happen by 2025? Are they actually going to attempt a reunion, or is this all kind of saber rattling?
Well, they're probably feeling it out. So somebody mentioned, I heard, I haven't vindicated or verified this, but I heard that on a Feast of Peter and Paul, Bartholomew did a liturgy at the Vatican, that's pretty wild. So probably what's happening is they're feeling this out to see how well it'll go over. That's why they're trying to target people like myself and others who are not ecumenist. So they may wait and see about pushing it, but I think they really think that 2025 would be a great time to do it because of the anniversary of Nicaea, and also because we just had the Alexandria document, right? So the Alexandria document, like I said, is conceding 90 to 95% of the Orthodox points by that papally approved theological commission. And the reason they're doing that is for the 2025 reunion. So again, I know you're not saying this, but people should be familiar enough with what I'm saying that obviously I'm not saying that the Alexandria document means we should unite with Rome. No, it's admitting Rome was wrong. That means Rome has to convert. That's the solution. It's very simple. Rome accepts papalism, which basically that document admits is okay. So what are all the tribes going to do now that the Alexandria document has admitted? It's like they were listening to us and Ubi or something in the Alexandria document. It's crazy. Anyway, so I don't know what the solution is other than to hold down the fort and keep strong in the correct position, because it's no different than like the days of the Christological heresies or the Arian crisis. Like, just because the majority, even if the majority goes full on ecumenist, the good news is that the wheat will be sifted from the chaff. Like, if they go to Rome, then go for it. Get out of here. Please go away. Right? So God will be sifting the wheat from the chaff if that happens, and they will be cut off. I mean, I don't want that, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay, and I thank you for that. I just have one more question. Do you have any recommendations recommendations for books on the topic of maybe refuting materialism? I think it was Rudolf Carnap who claimed that metaphysics have been, quote, destroyed. What would be a good reading list to counter those kind of points? Well,
I mean, I think the Ogden book has just come out. Real Essentialism by Ogden.
Okay.
Really, I think the best way to refute this idea is through presuppositional critique. I mean, I think that's the strongest way, because like you're not going to be able to just argue the way the ancient and medieval world did about metaphysics, because anybody that's post-enlightenment and modern is going to be using Humean and skeptical lines. So you're going to have to basically go back to refuting skepticism and then kind of build on the necessity of metaphysics from the impossibility of skepticism. So, and that's really a lot of what we do. So I would say, I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I mean, transcendental argumentation is really the best way to do this. That's really what it's designed to do. That's why we do it, because the modern world assumes that, metaphysics is done. Okay, but if that leads to absurdity and no knowledge, then we win, right?
Right. Yeah, the reason I asked is just, I'd have some of these critiques pointed at myself, just people I've spoken to either on Twitter or Discord. So this is not a subject that I have delved into too much, at least in terms of book reading. But I just wanted to ask, thank you for the answer on that. And also thank you for the answer on the whole Go Arch thing. You're right that really the only thing to do is just kind of hold the fort.
Yeah.
And if the majority become apostate, then that is what it is. I guess the remaining will just be the ones who actually kept the faith.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more it's like really mirroring the Florence Union. And I intend to go deeper into this because, number one, we're doing the pilgrimage to Italy. We'll go to Florence. I've got some books on the history of the Council of Florence. And actually, I didn't even realize until recently the Medicis were involved in this. I didn't know this. Did you know the Medicis were involved in the Council of Florence?
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the conspiracy. I'm just saying it's just an interesting fact I didn't know about. But I'm going to read more on this. And the reason I'm doing that is because today's Bartholomew Francis Union, I'm seeing a lot of parallels to the false union of Florence. So I think that's going to be really instructive for everybody in Orthodoxy to remember. Because remember, history does repeat. We do see these patterns repeating in history. And I think we're going to see a repeat of the false union of Florence. Totally. So I would read the Orthodrama book, History of the Council of Florence by Orthodrama. That's a place to start. And then I'm going to get a lot deeper into all this stuff. So.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Jay, for
Thank
answering
you.
my questions.
Yeah, I have this giant book on Renaissance Italy. I'm trying to remember who wrote it. I read about 100 pages of it when I was a trad cat, and I kind of put it to the side, and I was like, I don't really see why this is going to be relevant to me. But now I'm like, oh, this is going to be really relevant, because when we go to Orthodox Italy, I intend to get pretty deep into this. So I broke out my Renaissance era stuff, so I'm going to get deeper into that. Conspiracy Tinfoil Hat Girl, what's up? You got to unmute.
Jay, hi.
Hey.
I just had a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
I think that the ecumenism right now, I think they're kind of defensive, especially with this whole movie coming out with regards to the human trafficking, because the Catholic Church has been like one of the top people in human trafficking. And I feel like some of the defensiveness is coming from that. In addition, I think that, a lot of this ecumenism is being pushed with regards to trying to, get power over the people, obviously. But in addition to that, I think the Catholic Church is desperate right now because they're losing a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I've noticed a lot in especially in the lines of the SSPX, they're extremely defensive right now. Father Lampert, particularly. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I don't know about that. Who is he, and what's the issue with him?
He's a SSPX priest, and he is very, very critical of Francis. extremely critical of Francis,
Uh-huh.
and I think he's like more controlled opposition with regards to all that. Kind of like a Father Rickenberg. I mean, I'm a former Roman Catholic, so I'm pretty familiar with all of these people.
I see.
But that was just the, just reading through their Twitter feeds and whatnot. That's kind of the mindset that I had, which is why I think this guy kind of attacked you yesterday, because I think they're losing traction with regards to this ecumenism movement.
Oh, they are, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And it was weird because I never had any intention of, I'm going to lead the charge against ecumenism. That was never on my mind. It was just when that came up in debates or discussions, I would comment on it. But like if you go back to through the history of like my catalog of videos, like it's not like I'm over here trying to lead some crusade against ecumenism. Like maybe 5 videos cover that, but then that underlies, for example, some of the problems with the OCA stuff. So when the OCA back here, if you remember these videos with Father David Galloway and those issues, like that was rooted in what you're talking about, the same issues. Where it's like, why is he out here saying this stuff about ecumenism, and why is he shouldn't be having this voice and speaking? Well, now wait a minute. So you just don't want me speaking against ecumenism. So it's not actually that I'm a bad person. It's just that it's causing problems for other people. But the problems that are being caused are not actually problems that are my fault. You see, it's not my fault the Roman Catholic Church has a disaster on its hands with their child trafficking and all this nonsense and all their pedo stuff. That's not my fault. So you made your bed with ecumenism and you wanted Rome. This is what you get. And why do you think I partly why I left Rome a long time ago? Because I know what it's like in the Roman Catholic Church and I know how bad it is. And I'm not saying that, the Orthodox Church is true because it's less bad and the less evil makes it true. That's not what makes it true, but I do think there's less of the bad. I'll put it that way. So, anyway, yeah, great points there, Tinfoil Hat Girl. I agree with you totally. And it's nice to at times hear kind of the vantage point of people that were in the trad world recently, right? Because I haven't been in the trad cat world in a long time. I mean, maybe last time I was at a Latin Mass was probably 2006 or 7. So now, I mean, I have friends that are still trad cats and they still go to the FSSP and SSPX Mass and Latin Mass. So I hear, I get wind of things, but I don't really know that world that much anymore. Pano, what's up, dude? You just got to unmute.
Hey, how's it going? It's been a while.
Hey, welcome.
Just real quick, you were talking about history repeating itself from the Renaissance era up until now. I would also extend that further back to St. Photios the Great, if you would agree. Like, he was dealing with the Franks at that time,
yeah.
And they're just garbage meandering of the philosophy and the theology, right?
Right.
And as he was dealing with them, simultaneously he sent out Cyril and Methodius to evangelize the Slavs, which would eventually, like, in a way, replace the West in terms of, like, that great head. If you had, like, the great East and Western head, like, the head would eventually be replaced in the West by the Slavs later on. And so I think that also kind of ties into your trip. Sadly, I can't go, but, yeah, it seems to be, like, this one giant story that's connected until now. And I would draw a parallel, too, like, with what's happening with the spreading of Orthodoxy right now in America versus what's happening in its former planted areas, like in Greece, for example. So, yeah, you can totally see God.
Yeah, this is a great point. Thank you for reminding me that it's not just like I was just thinking of Florence because of the fact that we're going to be going to Florence. But Pano is absolutely correct that you can go back to the Franks. And we did a really good interview some years back with Sneck on this. So if you guys are interested, go back to this stream here. I'll put it in the chat. It's called "Was the Roman Catholic Papacy Subverted by the Franks?" I'll put it in the chat for you guys right here. And this live stream that we did with Sneck goes into a lot of this history that Pano's bringing up, which when I first got into this, I was a little bit opposed to this because I thought, oh, this is only like the Father Romanides like apologetic thing, and I was viewing it as tied with some of the areas of Father Romanides that I disagree with. But the more that I read about the history of the Franks, and if you read, for example, Sashinsky's Filioque book, the whole section on the Franks admits this. It admits the Frankish thesis. And then I read a historical book by a Greek historian on the Franks at this time, and I was like, okay, so no, I'm wrong. I'm talking about back in like 2007-8, right? So I'm like, oh no, actually, Father Romanides is correct about this. Now I disagree with some of his theological points, but I'm saying about the Frankish thesis, this is correct. And then when you get into the Carolinian theologians, they were opposing iconoclasm, iconodualism on the basis of Neoplatonism. So there's a very entrenched Neoplatonic Augustinian error in the Carolinian theologians of the Council of Aachen that undergirds why even at that time they were going in this erroneous direction. And so the final nail in the coffin for me was, if you read Father Dragas's essay on the Eighth Council and Photius, he cites Photius in his letter, St. Photius in the letters, saying that, no, the Franks are pushing this through their missionaries in Bulgaria to say that the true creed is the one that has the Filioque. So you see that even in that time period, the Filioque was already being used in a geopolitical way. So Pano is absolutely correct. Did you want to say anything else, Pano?
No, I just wanted to extend that analogy further. I think it was really insightful.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody needs to read Ostromov. So if you don't have to read like giant PhD treatises or whatever. Like you can read the Ostromov book on Florence, and it's fine. It's great. History of the Council of Florence, and then you can read the letter of Photius. Well, it's not the whole letter. I don't know if that's translated in English or not, but let me find it. Eighth Council, Dragas. This is a very important. Yeah, here it is. This is a very important essay right here. And if you read this essay, when you get down to the bottom, he'll cite the letter from St. Photius pointing out that the Eighth Eastern Council was not only concerned with jurisdiction, it was also concerned with theology. So Roman Catholics have this story, oh, they weren't mad about the Filioque theologically. They were only concerned with the liturgical problems of changing the creed. No, they were concerned with the theology, and you can read it in St. Photius's letter and his books, right? I mean, yeah, so everybody should read that. Did I put that in the chat? Yeah, it's in the chat, so be sure and read that. It's really important on this topic. Anunnaki. My teeth are in anarchy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jake. I just had a question for you real quick, or submit for your input. First of all, I just want to thank you for everything that you do.
Appreciate that.
Been a big figure in coming to orthodoxy, but also in my abandoning of materialism, Darwinism, and so just world of things.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Can you speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Yeah. So I want to thank you also for introducing me to Grand Theft World. That's been an eye-opening experience. I wanted to ask, in light of everything you do with geopolitics, and for those of us who inform ourselves of all these things that are going on, what do we do with the idea of patriotism, submission to governing authorities, Romans 13 kind of thing? I saw a post by Father Josiah on the 4th of July talking about patriotism and it being the duty of every Christian to love his homeland. And I get that, but I'm also obviously frustrated with a lot of different things, and just trying to handle that tension there. So I'm just wondering on your input.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the Russian church statement on social relations includes the teaching that we must love our homeland. So I would agree with that. Loving your homeland doesn't mean you agree with the evil policies of the government. So, we just have to understand that there's hierarchies of authority. And so God's the highest authority, and his authority trumps, Joe Biden saying that, you can chop your pee-pee off is a good thing. So.
Right on. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, that wasn't very good. I mean, I don't have easy answers on how you love your country without. I mean, it's getting crazy, but I guess it depends on what it means to be a patriot, right? I mean, does that mean, I have to sign up for the military and I have to go fight and die for Monsanto? No, I would say you don't have to do that. I wouldn't recommend it. So no, but I'm not saying that everybody that's in the military is a bad person or anything like that. I mean, there was Roman Christians were soldiers, and Nicaea says it's not bad to be a soldier. And this is prior to the empire becoming Christian. So hold on one second, because I got to go TT. I got to go to the little girl's room. So we'll be right back in about a minute. So I've got it down to where I can pee really fast. Don't worry. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Let's see here. Who's next up? So remember, it's open forum, guys. Also, if you want to support the stream, you can do so via the super chat function. Shamelessly, I'm begging for pay piggies. Give me pay piggy. You can do that via Streamlabs. Streamlabs is where we do super chats, and you can ask a question. You can also call in if you want to. We do have some super chats. I'll get to some of those here in a second. And Super Chats is right there through Streamlabs, so you can ask your question there as well. The link to call in is via Twitter Spaces, but remember that if you want to do it via Twitter Spaces, it has to be on the app. So if you're on a PC or desktop, Spaces does not work. It has to be on the Twitter app. So there's the link for disagreeers, haters, debaters, potatoes. Precept your granddad. Precept your something. I can't see what it says. You gotta unmute, bro. Guys, you gotta unmute. Precept, unmute. Or don't. We'll move on. Precept your grandma. That's a good name, by the way. Jesuit. What's up, Jesuit? Interesting. It's a girl, so I'm thinking maybe she actually is a Jesuit, because they probably are going to allow girls.
No, sorry, man. This is a burner account.
Uh-oh. What's up, Jesuit?
Hey, man. I'm starting into the Orthodox faith, and you'll have to excuse me. I'm about to head into Vespers, but my buddy has gone down the line of Calvinism, and he's at a point right now where he thinks that predestination of the elect is basically 100% inescapable logically, in the sense of an omniscient, all-powerful God. I'm trying to figure out how I can talk to him to break that spell. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, good question. So the first thing is to point out that Remember, by the way, when you're trying to talk to Mexican profiles, if y'all single boys out there trying to talk to that Latina profile, trying to hit it up, you're just talking to a dude. So, it was just funny because it was like a Latina chick with a bunch of flowers, and it was like, "Hey man, what's up?" Yeah. So first thing I would say is that when you look at Paul's epistles, like Ephesians, he's not writing it to the elect, but in the Calvinist view, ultimately that letter is written to the elect. But Paul writes it to the visible, open church at Ephesus, and he says, "You, visible church, are the predestined." So that's problem number one. Number two, Calvinist Christology would make Christ a predestined man, which is heterodox. God doesn't predestine himself because Christ is a divine person. So Christ entering into the incarnate mode of being, the incarnate state, that would mean that he's now predestining himself as God. That's a problem. God can't predestine God because God is God. So it would mess up the incarnation, and that's why ultimately, Calvinist Christology typically is Nestorian. They don't want it to be, but it actually is when you flesh it out and really get into the nitty-gritty of it. I would also point out that the fact that God has a divine decree, or that God knows all things, it does not therefore follow that he decrees all things. And so this is just assuming that there's no secondary causes. And this is what has led some Calvinists literally to actually affirm occasionalism, like Muslims do. So all of those things are heterodox, totally contrary to the notion of creation and the philosophy of things having natures. If things have natures, then they are causal agents, or they're causes. That means they're secondary causes. So that would undercut the Calvinistic denial of secondary causes, with God's decree being the immediate direct cause of all events. Precept your grandmother is back. By the way, I do advocate for precepting your grandmother, because that's in alignment with being mean. So whatever is mean, bro, come on, dude, seriously.
Hello?
Try again without being in the checkout line. So it's too loud, man. Gohan Sebastian. Gohan Bach. What's up, dude? Unmute, bro.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I'm the one who tweeted at you a little bit ago, but this is my first time joining a Twitter space.
What'd you tweet at me about?
Participating. So
hold on. Hold on.
Hold
on.
Go ahead.
What did you tweet at me about?
So this was the Alex Jones question.
I don't remember what you asked.
Okay, so it wasn't too long ago. I can just rattle that off.
Okay.
So basically, and this is more of a devil's advocate thing, and not as much of like a, hey, I'm here to debate.
Okay.
But I've listened to you and Jamie talk a lot about Gnosticism and mystery religions and all that stuff, and get really deep into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also kind of followed Alex Jones for years, and I guess in the last couple years started to wonder whether or not his conception of Jesus that he, because he'll talk about Jesus, but I wonder if his conception is more of a Gnostic or Hermetic type of conception of the Christ person. So I know that you and Alex are buds, and so it's kind of a twofold question. One is devil's advocate. If someone were to challenge you and say, how do you contend with your association with Alex Jones or with InfoWars? Is there any tension there? And then second part of the question would be, is there opportunity for you to, or has there been opportunity to kind of talk to him about the true faith, and what's that looked like?
Yeah, good questions. So first thing I would say is, Alex's background is Protestant evangelical. I'm sure everybody knows that. He has expressed in various podcasts and interviews interest in Orthodox churches. I think he had visited one maybe last year or year before. So he's not ever asked me or reached out to me specifically about that topic. So I don't know exactly the level of his interest in Orthodoxy, but I would say that he has expressed some interest. In fact, more so the people who work at the office. There's been more interest and more conversations, like with people like Harrison Smith. I don't think Owen and I have ever talked about it. We've had some brief conversations, but not really about orthodoxy. So, there's some interest, at least in terms of people there. I think that Alex is a sincere person, and so I don't think he's intentionally trying to be, quote, Gnostic or hermetic or anything. I think that he's, like a lot of Protestants, kind of trying to piece it together as best he sees it. So, I'm always open to having that conversation, but it's a little different in media relations, where it's kind of everything's done kind of in a professional work way. So it's not really like I'm gonna go sit him down and tell him how it is or anything like that, because I don't technically work for Alex, so I'm not an employee. So it's more so like the type of relationship that you would have with anybody else in media that you might interview them or they might interview you, and if they express interest, then I would answer those questions. But so far, Alex hasn't reached out to ask specifically about Orthodox or anything like that, but I would be happy to answer his questions. So it's typically just kind of a professional media relationship. We've had some, private conversations, but they've been mainly about geopolitical stuff, not really about Orthodoxy, but I'd be happy to answer any of those questions. I think everybody knows. I mean, the first time we met, he did talk about Orthodoxy and asked about it, and we discussed it some. So, I mean, I'm always here for people to come and chat with. AC, what's up, dude?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, by the way, I did get a couple books, which I'm very honored to get. I think there's a bunch, but I haven't opened the box. But I want to shout out to AC for sending me the Henry Corbin book, and this, what is this one? James Hillman Uniform Edition, Alchemical Psychology. And AC and I will be doing a podcast very soon, kind of getting into some of the Petersonian arena.
Yeah, no problem. Glad to send a few books for your library.
The library.
So, I got a question for you.
Sure.
With this, you were just talking about the Protestantism being a lot like Nestorianism, or ending up there, and it seems to also end up in Neo-Arianism a lot, even when it doesn't want to.
Right.
Because of its presuppositions.
Right.
Better. So, and I also think with the German criticism, you end up in like I always say it wrong, Marcionism.
Right.
Is it
Yeah, Marcionism, yeah.
So with the evolutionist, suppositions.
Right.
Instead, an unfolding of the revelation, instead you're evolving into something. So with these ideas being so materialistic for so long, do you think this is a part of the drive that's sending so many people to Islam, because they have shared kind of outcomes and suppositions at the same time?
I think there's a lot of things going on with the push for Islam. One of the things that Alex said that a lot of people were asking about was the comment that he made about Romania and Tate. So I listened to that whole show that day, and what he had said was that Tate made a mistake by converting to Islam when he was hanging out with the Saudis, and that angered the Romanian Orthodox people and the government officials and the church or whatever. So Alex was not saying that Islam, that it was a good move for Tate to do that and that the Orthodox Church was bad. He was saying that Tate should rethink the decision to convert to Islam because he went and hung out with Saudi royals or whatever. So what I'm saying is that I think that there's a push on the part of especially groups like the Saudis and the Saudi royal family. They actually push and promote a lot of Islamic stuff in America and online. So, for example, when I was in grad school, we would get a lot of Saudi exchange students, and I got to be friends with some of those guys, and they were always trying to convert me to Islam. They were always giving me books. I've got some of the books they gave me over there. They started the first prayer meetings at my university ever here in the Deep South, and they were all guys from Saudi Arabia. So there is this push that's kind of ongoing. I haven't looked into the money and the funding. I'm just speculating that but I feel sure that yes, this has got to be the case. So I think that what the internet push with Sneeko and Tate, and my guess would be that the Saudis and people like this are pushing Islam through these veins. And I think that people are mistakenly thinking, oh, Islam's beige, bro. No, it's not. Islam is crazy, dude.
So I got 3 questions on that.
Yeah.
So let's move to the next one. And it's kind of Gladio related and related with this ecumenism, with the Catholics using the Nazis and everything we saw in the Cold War when we used people like Scorzani going down to the Middle Eastern countries, and we use the Nazis down there. Some of these guys converted.
What about
over on the more right-wing side,
right.
as the West becomes more effeminate?
Right.
That do you think it's also a draw? Because, like you said, you have to disprove that it's based, but people are thinking it is and turning to it for that reason. Do you think it's kind of amenable to the right in the dialectic, and maybe with this red pill manosphere stuff, where you're getting this illusion of manhood that some people are like a hyper polygamy?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. In fact, in the Ratio book that we've been covering, the Milner-Fabian conspiracy, I'm at the latter chapters now where he's talking about the usage of Islam for this very purpose, for what you're talking about. So there's an intentional conversion of Europe to Islam by the Fabians. The Fabians planned this 100 years ago to import Islam to Europe and convert it. And it's not because, the Fabian socialists are secretly based. No, they're not. It's that Islam is a tool that they know they can future steer into the full-on technocracy. So Islam is a chess piece that's being used. It's not actually based. Now, there might be elements of, they're not openly, Skittles or whatever. But it doesn't take but one or two generations before people exposed to toxic Western culture become not based, you see.
Yeah, well, look at like how they're using the radical Sufism, and I sent you those Korban books, so you can see how this could go in academia.
Yeah.
And then they're going after radical Sufism with this feminism that's going to get a lot of women killed over there.
Dude.
So I could skip over my second question then, if that's the case.
By the way, the original Fabian decision there's a whole chapter on this in Ratio. Let me see which chapter it is. It's the chapter on Islam. The original Islam they imported at Oxford and Cambridge was Sufi. And so that's how they opened the door. And then they brought in more and more Islamic scholars to set up Islamic societies, Islamic education societies. But remember, at the same time, British intelligence had a really close connection. This is well documented with the Muslim Brotherhood. But Muslim Brotherhood is basically British intelligence front. You could even argue that. And that's well documented in the Mark Curtis book. And in the Robert Dreyfuss book, Devil's Game. By the way, Ratio says it too. He actually cites those sources.
Well, that really backs up an answer to that question. Before I ask the final question on this, I'd like to add also to the whole kind of manly thing and the whole red pill thing too. You have a lot of this too that spreads through the prisons.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, get this. Here's a crazy thing. My Protestant pastor back in the year 2000. Right, when I was a Calvinist, my Calvinist pastor even knew back then that Islam was being marketed and sold to black guys in prison on purpose, and it was part of a larger social engineering thing. Isn't that crazy?
That's really crazy. And it makes total sense if it's already a part of the bigger plans, and now you have prisons.
Yep.
And you have made the culture stuff with the CIA too, punk rock, so now you can do it with gangster rap, and here's some of it become like really Gnostic and syncretic, and now we're atomized individuals. So this is a way to have your own religion, or you like Owen Benjamin kind of being his own religious leader.
Yeah, and pushing Islam, right?
So if that kind of atomization too, then you're going to need to turn to a bigger structure. And I think it was very interesting that Father Seraphim Rose in his Orthodox survival course, he writes that Napoleon is a forerunner of Antichrist, and he wants to write a new Quran.
Yes.
And part of the reason he made a bad move going into Russia was he knew he needed to dominate Christianity to be justified doing such a thing in our recorded history.
Absolutely. Yeah, great insight. Great insight. In fact, by the way, Ridley Scott's about to release his Napoleon movie. And that's going to be important, not because movies really are that big of a deal, but I want to review that because to point out that Napoleon has these weird elements to him where it's like there was a period where he was really into Masonic stuff. Then there's a period where he has the Islamic phase. And remember, what does John say the spirit of Antichrist is? That God has not come into the flesh is the spirit of Antichrist. And what is the fundamental tenet of Islam? God has not come into the flesh. He's a strict Unitarian, Tawhid, Tanzi, totally transcendent being.
Yeah. So, and it seems these people seem even like, I've noticed a lot of these people that hate each other, whether they're like kind of secular semi-Christians trying to reassert a neoconservatism through Peterson and have an archetypal Christianity.
Yep.
And they don't, these liberals. Or you
Now,
get somebody liberalizing their religion through Unitarianism.
Yeah.
Or you get for ecumenism. They don't like each other, but they all are willing to work together or work with other apologists or sophiologists to undermine the tradition, to undermine the incarnation.
Absolutely. Yeah, it all comes down to hating the incarnation. Exactly. By the way, I have a question for you, which was you made a statement in passing. I don't remember if it was in DMs or if you said it to me on a open forum, but you mentioned something about, I don't remember if it was Vervaeke or Vanderklay, but you were saying somebody in these circles has this view of being anti-apologetics. You said something like that, right?
Yeah, there's multiple people who have that.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't actually follow these people, so I didn't know that. So could you tell me like who has that view?
Yeah. Okay. Multiple people do. Some people don't actually assert it, and they just say this space isn't for apologetics, and this is for like coming together and talking. But then they still put forward their positions. Vervaeke doesn't like really believe in debate, but I will tell you this: he does believe in discussion. So I think he's wrong about not believing in debate, and he still puts forward positions without putting them forward and gets out of having.
Well,
debate.
so first question is like,
go talk to Murata. Like he went down and had dialogos with Bishop Maximus Murata, who like really problematized a lot of his views, and he went down and talked to him again. But he's still, I think, wrong for not having a place for debate in his discussion.
Now, doesn't Dr. Peterson? I mean, he's done debates with Matt Dillahunty, right? Matt and Sam Harris. So does that count?
He definitely does.
So he does believe in debate.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he's not. So who else is anti-apologetics? I'm curious because somebody was saying that Father Barberg is a big Jordan Peterson fan, and I'm wondering if there's some connection between Father Barberg saying that debate is inherently evil and apologetics is bad. Is that because of the Vervaeke Peterson space?
Kind of like gone a little bit back and forth and listened to some of these people saying dialogos is more important than debate, and doing also these kind of like long form steel manning debates too with Harris, where it's
okay. So what is, help me understand the difference between debate and dialogos. What's supposed to be the difference there?
It's supposed to be like a little more like participatory and reciprocal, and you're not just trying to gain one up on the person, and they're like that debate will happen within there, but it's not the aim.
Okay. Well, but to be clear, I know you're not saying this, but to be clear, I mean, classical debate is not just gaining a one up. It's like a full on presentation for 2 hours of opening statement, rebuttal, cross examination, another opening statement. I mean, that's a classic debate. That's not.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Correct. And I think part of this was also an overreaction to the kind of stupid debates we were getting, and the way everyone was getting with like the slogans, and like Charlie Kirk destroys a blue-haired,
Oh yeah. Good point. Yeah.
But Peterson, I think, has actually kind of been going a little more pro-debate too. Now that he's got this kind of, I'm not trying to slam dunk on Peterson. I like him, but I think he's put himself in this spiritual confusion where he's.
Yeah.
We already talked about all that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But he's saying how evil these people are, and he's just like on a rampage lately.
Well, I hate to break it to these people, but you're not going to have friendly dialogue with Islam. Islam will pretend to be very friendly, but how's that friendly dialogue working out in France right now?
Not very well. And I could tell you the other two people because you just made me think of it. So one of them is this guy, Sam. He's got a channel called Transfigured. I put a photo in there, and DPH just reviewed his Christian transhumanism video. And he's a Unitarian, and he wants to kind of liberalize this stuff, and then he'll play this kind of like card where we're just here to talk nice, but then he'll go into the discords and debate people to get him kicked when you're not supposed to debate. But so he'll play that game, and he's over there on the left, but then on the right you've got these guys, Mark Lefebvre over at Navigating Patterns and Manual Post. They'll talk with Paul Vander Clay too, and they're on the right. And they'll come out and talk about. See that they say they believe in debate, but it's very selective, and they say that Christianity shouldn't do apologetics anymore because things are different.
Wait, things are different. So what?
Things based on Jordan Peterson.
What? How are things different? I mean, humans are no longer humans. I mean, what's different?
Yeah, they thought that because people couldn't talk about religion, like we talked about with Peterson not going to metaphysics, right? How that was a good strategy because you would lose half the audience. But now we're at a place where we can talk about this. He's got some book that he reads off about how we just need to be known by our works, but then we need to agree upon this Jordan Peterson type approach as what the church talks about outside the church to get people in.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And he's trying to make something new, right? And then you get a guy named Jacob Federucci that I think Sam Shamoon and Seraphim Hamilton are aware of. Father DeYoung talks to him and gives him pushback, but he does it in a long, 5-hour long friendly manner.
I see.
But then the guy does apologetics everywhere else, but then says he's not about it. And he undercuts, Paul and stuff like that. A lot of these guys will do apologetics and debate, but then claim that's not what they're here for.
Just like the ecumenist says, I don't do apologetics for debate, and I will debate you and do apologetics all day long about why it's wrong to debate.
Exactly.
Cool. Anything else you want to bring to the 4AC?
No, it was really more about that. The Tate stuff and the Islam was probably the only thing I had to.
Yeah.
bring.
By the way, somebody in the chat said. Somebody in the chat said, do you also think Nation of Islam is part of this? Yes. So that's not really anything to do with Islam. It's just like another kind of cult. But I do think that is a controlled cult, and Nation of Islam also tries to recruit and appeal to black people in prison. So. Absolutely. We did a podcast years ago, probably 10 years ago, on Nation of Islam, so you might be able to find that if it's in the archives. Precept grandmother, let's try again.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, sorry about that earlier. I was busy precepting my grandma in the checkout.
Good. That's whatever is mean, I'm for it. So
Okay.
That sounds pretty mean, so I'm impressed, dude.
Thank you. I just wanted to bounce off an argument I've been making with people that I know that sort of adopt a impersonal God. They'll say they believe in God, but it's an impersonal God. And one of the things I kind of start off with my argument that I wanted to bounce off to you to see if it's a good argument or not, because I'm not a skilled debater. But I start off with, do you believe that mankind is made in the image of God? And every single one I've talked to has said yes. And that's a good start. But then I ask, well, then why do we have personhood, but God doesn't? And I was curious what you thought about that in terms of argument. Because no one's given me an answer, but I don't know if it's necessarily a good argument.
Yeah, I think that as you could go down that line, you could ask, well, what's the basis for personhood? How do we have any notion or conception of that without being grounded in or being an image of the divine personhood, right? So I think that's a great way to go. You could also take it to the first thing that popped in my mind is, well, if God's not personal, then we lose this really important notion of intentionality. So in philosophy, intentionality is really important because intentionality would be what directs things towards the telos or towards the purpose. So basically, an impersonal God would mean that the ultimate movement and purpose of the universe is not rational or intentional. So if there is a telos that governs the universe, if the universe is not dysteleological, then we need an intentionality behind its creation, behind its movement, its sustenance, its being, and then its end, its telos, right? So I would say that teleology, telos itself as a concept, as a metaphysical principle, requires intentionality. And intentionality then requires a personal God, because you can't get intentionality from impersonalism.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I had.
Yeah, these are really important concepts to not dissing you, but I'm saying so people are always, oh, you're so mean to the Roman Catholics. Actually, if you go listen to the live stream that I did with Tim Gordon on Aristotelianism and metaphysics, a lot of the questions that like that guy just asked, that is what we're answering those kinds of questions, you see. So where I disagree with Tim is that I don't think Thomism is the answer. But I do agree with Tim that metaphysics and the ancient discipline of metaphysics is absolutely necessary to discussing and talking about the world. So I would highly recommend people do go and watch this stream because, I don't think this is going to lead anybody into Thomism, because the stream is not about Thomism proper. It's about the necessity for there being metaphysical principles, and that being just inescapable. Like, we have to talk about these, we have to talk about this stuff. We have to talk about and use these concepts in our worldview. And if you go watch this video, we go into this. I think we had a great talk. In fact, Tim and I had friendly disagreements about certain areas, and nobody was mad. Nobody was hating anybody. It was an amazing conversation. And by the way, we are planning, I think we're going to try to have a debate in person in Nashville. So Tim's going to come up. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be civil. Hopefully we'll have a lot of Roman Catholics and a lot of Orthodox there. I think we're going to try to do it in maybe October, I think is what we said. So if we can hook up a live event in October, the debate will be something like papalism or Thomism, right? But I'm just saying that this idea that I'm always mean, always just horrible to people, seething, it's just simply not true. Like, we have great conversations. In fact, we were on a podcast the other day, on Pearl's podcast. Great conversation. No problems. So I think that these kinds of discussions are the models. That's what we can go for. And I don't know what's going to happen, but I feel strongly that even after the debate, Tim and I can be friends, right? No problem. So it's absolutely possible for even me, the most anti-Roman Catholic person on the YouTubes, to absolutely be friends with Roman Catholic people. And by the way, anything to do with like Aristotle and ancient metaphysics, in terms of Aristotelianism, I'll defer to Tim. Tim's the expert on that. I'm not in some, ancient metaphysics expertise measuring contest with Tim. I will defer to him. But that doesn't mean that I think that, papalism is wrong and we should go with Thomism. So I'm always happy to defend that. But again, these are model discussions, and I think that Tim's a great guy for that. DKR, what's up, DKR? What's up, DKR?
Hey Jay, I just had 2 quick questions about some quotes that I've been seeing.
Sure.
So one of them is from St. John Damascus, his exact instructions from chapter 14, and it says that, and I quote, "The divine irradiation and operation is one, simple and undivided, and that, while it is apparently diversely manifested in the divisible things, dispensating to all of them the components of the proper nature, it remains simple." So,
right.
What exactly does St. John of Damascus
right.
say?
So in book 1, he says that the divine energy is one because there's one God acting, and it proceeds from a singular divine nature. However, if you move down in book 1, he also says the energies are multiple. And when you get to book 3, the principle that he just applied there in book 1 will be explicitly applied in a more precise way to Christology, where he will make it very clear by 3:15, book 3, section 15, that Christ has 2 wills and 2 energies, and that the energies are also distinct because he does multiple actions. This is why Dr. Pino's thesis admits that the energies are plural. So the answer is that they are one and many. And it's stated many times. In fact, it's stated in the Palamite synods, quote, "The reality that is foreknowledge is not identical to the reality that is love or glory in God." Thus, the energies are one because there's one God acting, but they are also really distinct and multiple because God does many different things. Think how silly it would be to say the energy of walking on water, which is an energy proper to the divinity, is identical to the energy of creating the universe. That's what you would have to say. That's completely ridiculous. And that's what these Roman Catholics and other so-called Orthodox people who don't know what they're talking about just constantly have been repeating for the last 6 years straight. It's just a fact. It's a lack of reading comprehension to read beyond chapter 1, where he also says they're multiple. So Taylor Marshall's been repeating this for like 10 years. It's like, dude, did you not read the rest of book 1? Did you not read book 3? And by the way, if you read the 150 chapters, I think it's chapters 98 to 102 or 3 of Palamos, he actually does a reductio and refutes the idea that the energies are all one. It's one and many, both and. And Maximus says this in the Ambigua multiple times, by the way. In fact, Basil, I'm pretty sure it's Basil, I'm going from memory. Basil says the energies are infinite. That means many. Infinite is many. It's not one. It's not only one, I should say.
Yeah, thank you. And I have another question if you have the time.
Sure.
So in the same book, it also says that if things are uncreated, they must in all consistency be also wholly immutable. And I was wondering how that relates to passive potentia.
Right. So again, the divine nature is immutable and unchangeable, but God can do different things without that compromising his essence. So for example, if you look at the triads, Palamos covers this when he says that God rested from his works. So the action of creating is not an eternal action. It's a potentiality that he had. God eternally has the potentiality to create, but creating the world was a specific action. And he cites the Sabbath text, and on the seventh day, God rested. So Palamos says this proves that the act of creating is not synonymous with, not identical to the other actions. Clearly, it's obvious that walking on water is not the same action as creating. And the mere fact that it says he rested from that work means that not all works are the same work. So that's what is the potentiality question there. It doesn't mean that God's essence changes, but it means that God can do different actions, you see. And by the way, Palamos uses the theophanies as an argument for this, where he says the cloud and the pillar, like it came and went. So God can do these things because he's not bound by the limitations of time and space. And if you think about it, the mere fact of becoming incarnate itself shows this, because it's not the entire triad, it's not the divine essence, it's the second hypostasis entering into a mode of being, that namely being in the mode of being in time and space, that the other two hypostases don't enter into. So if all actions were equivalent in God, or isomorphically identified with the essence, or with one energy, so to speak, in a strict reductive way, then it would not be possible for the second person to be incarnate and not the other two incarnate, you see. So we have to have a reality of differing actions and differing modes for the hypostases. In any strict ADS view, any strict actus purus, any strict identity thesis view would make that not possible.
Thanks a lot, Jay. Yeah, that really helped me understand the topic.
Absolutely. Yeah, the best thing to this for this, by the way, is the triads. And the new translation of the triads is by a Roman Catholic, by the way. So I highly recommend getting the new triads book. Maximos, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Yes, sir.
So, quick question. I've been dialoguing with this, I guess you would call him like a modalist. And so I'm trying to make him understand the difference between, I guess in his system, would be like the three different modes of that one God versus the the notion of there being three distinct persons. And I just kind of want to take I know it's been condemned ecumenically, but like, how would you, I guess, philosophically critique that system? Because I know that I've heard like the whole notion of any system that reduces God to like a monad, that would cause problems. So like philosophically, like the notion of there are three distinct modes of that one God versus the three persons, like how would you, I guess, critique that?
Well, I mean, rather than immediately going into philosophical stuff, I would begin with saying, no, wait a minute. So the doctrine of the Trinity primarily comes from divine revelation. It's not a doctrine primarily that comes from philosophy. Now, you can go into philosophical argumentation, but I think a much better direct approach is to simply say, well, Jesus says there's no one good but the Father. Jesus prays to the Father. So clearly there's a distinction here. The Father will send the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, right? These are, especially in the book of John, almost every chapter in the book of John has a doctrine of the deity of Christ, or a teaching of the deity of Christ and the Trinity. So I lectured through the entire Gospel of John, and we highlighted every time we did that the references and proofs of the divinity of Christ, as well as the references and proofs of the Trinity as a whole. So basically the entire Gospel of John should be enough to say, hey, clearly there's a distinction going on here. It's not Jesus praying to himself. It's Jesus asking his Father. In fact, in John 1, it says that the Son is eternally begotten of the Father. That's the teaching of John 1. Even when he was incarnate, John says he was in the bosom of the Father. Well, how would he be in the bosom of the Father if he is the Father? I mean, it's just really dumb. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude to your friend, but it's like the texts themselves are so frequent in terms of distinctions of persons that it's bizarre that anyone would in any way come up with this idea of modalism.
Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, because the thing is, it just kind of will become like it's just kind of, it will boil down to like how you interpret those verses, because they would definitely say that the book of John presents the most strong case for the quote unquote oneness. For example, in that passage in the beginning was the word, they would just say like the logos there. It would, in this case, they would try to use the Greek to say that conceptually, yes, Jesus has always existed eternally, but in a sense, conceptually in the mind of God. And then in the incarnation...
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not modalism if he existed in the mind of God. That would be Arian. That would be an Arian position, because if he existed in the mind of God and then he comes to be, right, that's the Arian position that the Son had a beginning. So the modalist position is that the Son is the Father, the Son is the Holy Spirit.
Well, I'm saying in reference to that specific mode of the Son, like they would say that he's always eternally existed, but the actualization of that mode of quote unquote the Son, I guess
that's not what John 1 says. This goes back to Athanasius's argument against the Arians. Is God eternally the Father? Yes. Well, if he's an eternal Father, then he must be eternally Father of an eternal Son.
Right, I guess it would say, yeah, in the mind of God, he's always been eternally the Son.
Where does it say that he's in the mind of God as the Son and not the actual Son? Is there change in God? How does the Son go from being a mental thing to an existing thing? That would be to say that he has a beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I see how there. Yeah, that would be, and it would be in a change in God too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Well,
I can see that too. Yeah. That would be problematic.
Yeah, but that sounds like Arianism. It doesn't sound like modalism.
Yeah, no, yeah, and and then he went on to say, historically speaking, like the treatise with Tertullian, right? He'd say like, oh well, if you look at his treatise, that particular view was the quote-unquote dominant view at that time, prior to the full development,
hold on.
of the doctrine.
You're talking about Tertullian's treatise against the modalists?
Yeah, I think it's Praxis, I want to say.
It is. It's Praxis, but
Praxis.
the fact that he writes against Praxis doesn't mean that it's the predominant view, and also the fact that something is the majority view doesn't have anything to do with whether it's true or false. I mean, there have been many times where the majority was heretical. So I deny
Right.
both claims that that modalism is the. On what basis does he have to argue that modalism is the majority view?
I guess I don't know. It's simply because everybody else believed it.
What do you mean everybody else believed it? I mean, the fact that Tertullian writes against modalism doesn't mean that everybody believed modalism.
Right. No. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because, I mean, and that is speculative too, right? It's like, okay, to say that because he's writing.
Well, I mean, maybe there's a text
right.
in Tertullian where if Tertullian said, "I'm responding to this because the majority believe it," okay, that might be a good argument. But I mean, does he say that, or is this guy just saying, "Oh, everybody was a modalist"? No, they weren't. I mean, the church fought. We have apostolic succession and tradition. You can read Irenaeus, book 3, where he says that the churches all confess the deity of Christ. So that means he doesn't have a beginning, and that's the majority as far as I could tell. I mean, you can read other church fathers in that time period. They don't teach modalism.
Right. Okay. So kind of just like, okay, so then how would you, because like, I guess, yeah, like the scriptural route, yeah, it's just kind of like a back and forth, but then like, say you want to present a philosophical argument, like, okay, well, yeah, let's just say that there's these 3 modes of that God, this one God functions, but like, how would you, I guess, philosophically kind of deconstruct that?
Well, so basically, God doesn't exercise or have these attributes until there's a created order. So he's not Lord or sovereign until there's a creature. Because if there's just a Unitarian deity there alone, then is he Lord and sovereign of what? And typically when this question comes up, what happens is that these kinds of theological views have said, well, he eternally had in his mind a created order, and so perhaps there's an eternal This is the reasoning of Aristotle. Aristotle thought, well, if God's eternally the actualizer, then he has to be eternally actualizing something other than himself, and so there's an eternal prima materia or eternal world that God moves, that he's the cause of, eternally the cause. Okay, so, I mean, then that's a dyad, as Basil says in the Hexameron. So he critiques Aristotle's eternal actualizer and says that, okay, then now you believe in a dyad because the eternally moved creation is now another God because it's eternal.
Okay.
So, I mean, he could decide to not go that route and be like, no, well, God's just not a creator and not a Lord. He's not sovereign. Because there's nothing to be Lord or sovereign over. Okay, so God, takes on new attributes?
Right. Yeah. Also, something that's very damning too, if you, he lent me this one book, and eventually at the end of time, the mode of the sun ceases to exist.
Okay, well, the sun's not a mode. Okay, this is a basic confusion. Right. This is confusing nature.
No, I'm just saying on the book, based on what the book he recommended for me to read. I'm essentially that mode of the sun ceases to exist, which is very damning. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's totally unbiblical. So again, just focus on the fact that this is a completely unbiblical position. Good points. Xenophon, what's up, dude? I mean, Hebrews 1, the whole chapter is about the preeminence of the Son over the angels. So if Jesus can come to be and cease to exist, that's not modalism. That's some weird form of Arianism. So mode just means the way a thing exists. Modalism is Sabellianism or Praxianism, like you said, the idea that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are just names for the same Unitarian deity. They're not distinct subjects or hypostases. Xenophon, what's up? Are you there? You gotta unmute, man. You're just talking to the wind. All right. We'll move on. Let's see. This guy's been waiting for a while. Hello, listener. What's up, dude? You've been waiting. I didn't mean to look you over there.
Hey.
What's up?
Wow, this is awesome. I never thought I'd be able to talk to you. This is cool. First off, thanks. You helped me convert to Orthodoxy, so that's awesome. I was wondering about your position on E. Michael Jones and the Logos. I remember you saying, he mispronounced it and stuff, but I always found the way he described the Logos is extremely compelling about being sort of the logic and order of the universe. Is that not true?
Wait, hold on. So somebody was messaging me about something. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that part?
Yeah. So, okay. I remember you kind of making fun of E. Michael Jones for the way he pronounced Logos, but I remember really liking his theory on Logos and how the order and logic of the universe was based in Christ.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
I was wondering if you have anything.
That's true. That's true, but that doesn't mean that when Marcus Aurelius uses the word logos, that he means the same thing as John in John 1. And that's the problem with that. It's basically a version of the word concept fallacy, which is, it's kind of a bait and switch, right? Where it's like, oh, look, when Marcus Aurelius or Plato are talking about logos, they mean the same thing as John 1. John 1 says that the logos is actually the second person of the Godhead. Okay? Marcus Aurelius is not saying that. So it's just a mistaken word concept fallacy that Roman Catholics often engage in, to think that the same word has the same referent. It doesn't.
So does that mean that everything he's saying is wrong, or just the Marcus
I didn't say
Aurelius?
everything. I didn't say everything he's saying is wrong.
No, I mean about the logos, like about the logos. Being
but I made very specific where he's wrong. He's wrong when he thinks that the word logos has a single referent, and it's not. It's a bait and switch. It's not true. Okay, Marcus Aurelius's logos is not the logos of John 1. They mean totally different things. There's some overlap, and it's useful to say that, hey, what you guys are grasping for is what we have, but it's not equivalent. If I were to ask Marcus Aurelius what the logos is, he would say it's an impersonal force that governs the universe. Is Jesus an impersonal force?
No.
Okay, so the referents are not the same. I
didn't realize that was the point of contention.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
I had another question. You were talking about Pharisees and stuff like that, and I don't know, it just made me think. I have a couple questions, if you'll indulge me. This is the first time I got to talk to you. You were talking about Pharisees and people publicly getting emotional about God, and I've had moments where on my streams I'm talking about God and I get emotional. Is this the same thing? Am I acting like a Pharisee by doing that?
No, I wasn't saying that acting emotional is what makes a person a Pharisee. What I was saying is that the idea that emotionalism, or like my feelings, are really what the religion is about. So it was the opposite of what you're saying. Our feelings matter, but they don't make the religion true or false. And public discourse is not proven or disproven by feeling. That's emotivism.
You're talking about weaponizing your feelings in order to kind of as a form of argument, trying to get pity and turn people against someone who disagrees with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Another question was, you talked about being mean, and I always wonder about this. This is something I struggle with because, the Bible says a lot about kindness, and there are multiple verses that say to get rid of anger, and then also it's kind of hard to discern judgment and discernment. It's hard to discern between those two. And so, and this is something I talk to, with clergy and stuff like that, where, often there seems to be this push to maybe just choose silence. And I just wonder if you could weigh in on that.
Well, there might be times, when it's better to choose silence. So I agree with that. And, there's no one size fits all to every single situation in life. So wisdom is, how you apply these principles at the right time and in the right way. So that's why there's no easy answer to every single situation. I mean, Jesus got mad and overthrew the money changers table, right? So the idea that to always act in that way is inherently wrong is wrong. If we're always running around and being angry, then that means we probably have a problem with anger, right? But again, anger itself isn't the problem. There's righteous indignation, and David says, be angry and sin not. So anger itself is not the sin. What is the sin is when you let the anger take you over and you commit a sin, not anger itself, right? So anger can give way to hatred. It can give way to sin, but it is not necessarily itself sin. It depends on what you're angry about. I mean, do these people not think you should be angry about people wanting to cut your children's wee-wees off? I mean, that's, to me, I think you would think you should be angry about that. That's something to be angry about.
Or they would prefer that I don't get online and argue with people about it.
Well, I mean, that might be a diagnosis that they have for you in your situation. Like maybe, for example, if a person has a problem with anger, then you might have a priest that says, hey, for your medicine, I'm going to request that you don't engage in a lot of these kinds of conversations. But the engagement itself and the debate itself is not the problem. Right. It's sort of like, just think about alcohol, right? Like, is it wrong to drink alcohol? No, but if I have a problem, if that's my vice, then I might need to not be anywhere near it, you see. So.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That actually makes sense.
Right. Now, so here's
just a few more.
Let's go quick. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick. Last question, actually. Is there any chance that, and I asked this in a tweet, but I'm just curious if there's any discussion or talk about this. Is there any chance that you'll coach Fuentes on debating Islam?
Coach Fuentes, I haven't talked to Nick in a long time, so I don't know if there's any interest or desire in any of that. I don't know about that. I mean,
he's looking for someone. Sam Shamoon rejected him, and he's looking for someone to coach him in theology because he's not strong. And I thought it'd be a good chance to bring him to orthodoxy.
Well, I mean, it needs to be the other way around. A person needs to come to orthodoxy before they're trying to debate it. So, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying, like, that's the wrong-headed approach. So, good questions. I do want to address this person right now that is another one of these. I'm sure they're. Oh, this has got to be a woman, right? Because, like, this is, I mean, not even at all remotely based in reality, right? I really wish JDR would do something better with his life than fight with and disrespect clergy online, right? So, 95% of what we do is not disrespecting and fighting with clergy. It's total nonsense. So you'll notice that what started that discussion, nobody was interacting with this person or saying anything to him. This person replied to a Uniate that I'm bad. Everybody knows he's talking about me and anybody in my circles. And then he says objectively false things. And so what drives me crazy is these kinds of people who, and this person won't interact because their Twitter is all shut down on private, right? And then they say that I'm the bad one as if all I do is disrespect and fight with clergy online. So let's look at the catalog of what I've covered in the last few months. Let's see. Movies, discussions with Protestants, Fight Club, interview with John from Fish Tank, discussion of Jordan Peterson and Red Pill, 3 of those. Luciferianism, Andrew Tate, debating Roman Catholics, Red Pill, covering the Alexandria document, debating Roman Catholics, Red Pill, debating New Agers, Flannery O'Connor, literature, critiquing alien nonsense, debating evangelicals, Tom Coombs movies, Psycho, Sunset Boulevard, discussing feminism, discussing the 1990s, discussing Klaus Schwab and the global elite, talking with Tim Gordon, talking about scientism, H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, so I've not seen anything going back 2 months. 2 months of content until we get to 3 months ago. 2 live streams. 2 live streams 3 months ago. One of them talking about why the OCA was saying that about me. Now, did I fight with Father Galloway? That is not at all what happened. Father Galloway said I was bad. I asked him why he said that. He said, well, I'm not actually saying you're bad and I wouldn't criticize you, but I think you need to be nicer. But I said, now, wait a minute. I was told that you have been saying that I'm bad and that I should be avoided. Oh, no, I never said that. Oh, but then it turns out that he'd been giving private lectures that I'm the worst person on the internet and that he had surveyed supposedly this wide, vast swath of clergy, when it was actually like 30 people in his circles. So, wait a minute. So I wasn't doing that, you see. He was telling clergy privately, which I already knew about. And when I asked him about it, he said he didn't do that. So he was caught in a lie. So did I start a fight with him? No. You see, every time this happens, these people say anything they want. They say it all the time. And if I dare to reply, I'm the one that's fighting with clergy and disrespecting them. How did I disrespect Father Barberger, who objectively said something completely wrong and false? And immediately said that I was a bad person for daring to speak back. All I did was say, why would you say in your bio that you joined the one true church if you're turning around and saying that it's wrong to think there's one true church? How can you think that I'm the wrong person in this? This blows my mind, these people like this. Like, what is wrong with you people? There's something is wrong with a significant portion of these deluded Orthodox people. I'm serious. Something is wrong with these people because it's always the same lies. Like, how do you openly lie? That is, you can go see what he said. And did he retract what he said? No, his clarification was damage control, that I abused him. That is simply this. We don't have to look into vast conspiracies. We don't have to theorize what's going on. Guess what? It's pretty basic psychology. People that virtue signal their victim status are the people that exemplify the dark triad traits. And this lying woman knows that dude, 2 live streams in 3 months have dealt with this. By the way, there's so much drama and people that attack. So I could actually do live streams every day if I wanted to. If I really wanted to fight with the clergy. It's just not true. These people are such liars. So cursed Frogger Margie Roper, right? And this is totally a womanly attitude, right? All he does is hurt people. No, I don't hurt people. This is bull crap. Total bull crap. And by the way, I openly invited any of these people to come and have a chat and be reconciled today. But that's not what they're interested in. Okay. None of these people are interested in being reconciled. They don't care about this or that. It's all just virtuous victimhood status signaling. And so, yeah, I mean, literally, I don't know, maybe 30% of the online Orthodox world is these kinds of people. Like mentally ill, unstable, soy, just totally divorced from what's actually going on. And I mean, I guarantee, like, it would take like 2 seconds to see what was going on. And it's so weird to me too that, like, everybody knows that what that guy said is wrong. So there was hundreds of people agreeing with what I said, that this is objectively just false in your comment. And then it turned into, well, you're persecuting me, you're bullying me. And then he said, I'm not a victim. You literally just said you're a victim. Then you said, no, I'm not a victim. And I'm standing up to internet bullies. I mean, what is wrong with these people? And by the way, why are you out here tweeting under a silent profile? Why don't you just come and interact and have a conversation? These people are so scared and so frightened and so fragile that they actually think they are abused when people disagree with them. It's amazing. That's how soy these people are. And I mean, sometimes I'm like, hey, I can't blame people for not becoming Orthodox. When people think that Orthodoxy is the way this person acts, and they say that about me, you turn people away. Turn people away? You just said that I send all of these young men to your parish that are a problem. He's turning people away. I mean, this guy was like over here making excuses. Oh, you just heard what Rachel said when she talked to him. Oh, well, people have free will, so therefore ecumenism. That was his clarification. What? People having free will doesn't mean that you don't tell them that Orthodoxy is the true church. And Rachel just called in and said that when she talked to him, he was like, I don't know the theology and how to answer these problems. That's not my fault. I didn't cause this problem for you. If your thread is all sports ball, it's not my fault that you spent your time on sports ball and you don't know these topics. That doesn't make me bad. What that suggests is envy and dark triad personalities, victimhood status. That's what that suggests. Ritalu? And none of these people will stay on the issues. They won't talk about the issues. What do they always do? I bring up an issue. Your statement that there's no true church and that you don't have to convert if you're a uniate is objectively false. What do they immediately go to? You're evil, you're bad, you're mean. All you do is fight with people. You stir up drama. You're divisive. Total baloney. Not true. That is a lie. It's a lie. It's just a flat out lie. I don't spend most of my time arguing with clergy. In fact, I took a freaking 3-month break from theology because of you goobers. The people who say this kind of nonsense. Because I can't stand interacting with people like you. You are the Pharisees. You are the worst people. Literally the worst people. You are worse than the Jeffrey Dahmers, according to Jesus. The whores, the OnlyFans, they will get into the kingdom of heaven before you Pharisees. You are in delusion. Total delusion. Literally. You're worse than Jeffrey Dahmer. Any internet piety signaler, you are morally worse than Jeffrey Dahmer. Dahmer will get into the kingdom before you. Literally. That's what Jesus says. I'm not saying Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know if Jeffrey Dahmer saved. I don't know his destiny. But I'm saying that the way that Jesus talks about people like you is that you're the worst people. You piety signalers and you soy men, you make me embarrassed to be Orthodox. You think I'm the bad representation of Orthodox? Tit for tat, I think you're the bad representation. You embarrass me. I don't want to be associated with you. I wish you people would just go to Rome. Please just go away. Get out of the churches. Go with Bartholomew to Rome. Why are you in our churches? You don't like Orthodoxy? You don't like when I talk about basic facts of Orthodox theology? Then just get out of here. Please, save us your trouble. Go be with Frank. That's the religion that you want. Then please go away. Good grief. Unbelievable. And these people are so cowardly, dude. They're so just seething gammas. Seething gammas over there. Tweeting about how much you pray and how much, I'm weeping for sinners. I'm weeping for sinners. You are a scumbag. Anybody tweeting about how they weep when they pray, run from these people. Run from these soy creatures. They are the last people that you want to be associated with. No wonder people turn to Tate when people see that. I'm not saying Tate is a virtuous. I'm just saying, like, if I'm looking at that creature, dude, Tate will be in the kingdom of heaven before these creatures. Obviously, if he repents. That's the reality. You people are deluded. Totally deluded. And it doesn't matter how often you say I'm a bad person. It doesn't work because everybody knows it's not true. Yeah, I'm a sinner. I'm not some evil, mean person that is constantly fighting with Kurds. That's not true. I can respond when people say non-true things and heterodox things. That doesn't make me bad. Go ahead. Did you want to say something? You got to unmute. All right, we'll move on. Let's see. Let's go to somebody that hasn't talked. Trad Chad. What's up, dude?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, hi, Mr. Dyer. I'm a Romanian Orthodox Christian, and I'm kind of nervous, but I want to ask you some questions about the tag argument.
Okay.
And my first question would be, why can't I take as an axiom, and the axiom is an all-knowing source of knowledge gives me knowledge. Why can't that be the axiom? And then it wouldn't be the case that I know that, for example, the Christian God is true, or that any particular God is true, but I only know this axiom. Why isn't it logically possible?
I'm lost. I don't understand. So an axiom. So you're taking it as axiomatic, meaning self-evident. I don't believe that anything is self-evident because I think of knowledge being more holistic. So epistemic holism would be why I don't think any of these individual propositions are self-evident.
Well, I would say it is self-evident because the contrary is impossible. So it is.
Yeah, but that's not enough to make it self-evident. If you read the Mannion paper, he explains why that still fails to achieve epistemic justification.
Okay. Well, I'm saying my argument is the following. Well, if I say an all-knowing source of knowledge gives me knowledge, then I have infallible knowledge because only an all-knowing source of knowledge can give me this knowledge. So I evade.
That wouldn't be self-evident. I mean, that might be true, but it doesn't make that self-evident. So, I mean, the notion of self-evidence is usually tied up with some kind of evidentialism or foundationalist epistemology, right? So, that, in other words, that the proposition, an all-knowing God, blah, 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 it requires a whole worldview. So there is in reality no proposition that stands alone as self-evident, because any proposition, for example, the words in the proposition require a whole bunch of other concepts, you see. So that's why people moved away from this idea of self-evidence, because it just doesn't really make sense if you look at the holistic way worldviews and philosophy work.
Yeah, I think your answer is way too complex for me to understand.
Okay, so look here. Let me rephrase it. Let me
have to think about
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna have to move on. I would recommend that you go and look at the paper by Russ Mannion on is it the contingency of knowledge and revelatory theism, I think is the Russ Mannion paper. And by the way, for those that are curious about what I'm talking about with virtuous victimhood, dark triad, so if you want to understand all of the piety signalers, all you need to do is look at this paper. Yes, this is a paper dealing with social justice warriors and the way that they operate in terms of having narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. But the point is that this applies also to people in the religious sphere. So the same motivations for being a victim and virtue signaling are usually indicators of that person having the dark triad personality traits. So we don't have to go into vast conspiracies and theories of what's motivating the people that say that I'm a bad person and constantly virtue signal that they're more pious and all this stuff, and how much they pray, doing their prayers on Twitter, tweeting out their prayers and all this stuff. This is what it is. This is the psychology of the people doing this. And just translate that psychology over into the Orthodox phronema, and there you have it. Right there. So go read that paper. And I highly recommend people read this paper, because you will then begin to understand many of your interactions online. You will understand that the motivations of a lot of the victims and the virtue signaling is their own delusions and pre-lust and narcissism. That's what it is. And their own insecurities. And if they can portray themselves as a victim, they are able to extract a lot more attention, value, etc., money. It's called signaling virtuous victimhood as indicators of dark triad personalities. So we want to be science men. We want to go to the papers. We want to go to the research. We want to go to the empirical data. Here you go. Here's one that explains all the soy virtue signalers and piety signalers online in perfect precision. Buki. Buki, what's up, dude? Unmute, man. Guys, don't y'all know how this works? What's up?
Hey, man, big shout out to Jim and Rachel Wilson. They've been killing it lately. I've been enjoying all their content.
Yeah, Rachel's been doing really good.
I have a little bit of a proposition for you, man. I called into my local conservative talk radio show. It's by Ken Ard. He was a lieutenant governor of South Carolina, and he's having a special on the military-industrial complex. So I called in to float your name in the mix, see how they would like that, and it was very interested.
Cool. I appreciate that. I'm not familiar with him. What's his name?
Ken Ard.
A-R-D?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I'll check him out. Anything else you want to bring up?
No, I just want to give you a shout out.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, thank you so much, Buki. Appreciate that. Very nice. Shout out to my Southern boys right there. Kenotic, what's up, dude? I might have to plug this in. Kenotic, what's up?
Hey, Jay, how's it going?
Great, what's up? I'm just over here seething. I'm miserable, seething, and angry, and figuring out who I can abuse.
Well, hopefully not me. Okay, what was I going to say? Well, first of all, I wanted to say, the new Spider-Man movie, I know you don't like the Marvel stuff, but I thought it'd be a really good example to go into, like, the essence-energy distinction.
From Spider-Man?
What was that?
From a Spider-Man movie? How's that?
Well, if you don't mind spoilers, there's, like, they have the multiverse or the Spider-Verse, the animated one, and there's, like, this thread that connects all the Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
And it's like they're establishing an essence of Spider-Man, and pretty much Miles is... They make it sound like I'm not Spider-Man, I'm Miles Morales, so, like, there is no essence, but
okay,
there's going to be another one, so I'm not sure how they're going to resolve that.
I'll check that out because
how they would.
Yeah, I'll check that out because we did do a breakdown of the previous one. Yeah, we did the Spider-Man multiverse and Doctor Strange.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, because actually you're right. It does tie into the essence energy distinction, because if all potentialities are synonymous with the divine essence and the divine essence is purely actual, then all potentialities are also actual. So every potential universe must be an actual universe. That's one way you could go with the absolute divine simplicity reasoning. So actually, yeah, it does tie into the essence energy distinction.
Yeah, there's literally like flags up there, like trans kids, protect trans kids, stuff like that.
Yeah, that was in the previous there was somebody in one of the previous Spider-Mans or Doctor Strange, like the character was wearing one of those flags. So yeah, so here's that old, other podcast if you guys want to check it out. It's right here. Anyway, but yeah, good ideas.
Questions too.
Okay.
So the first one had to do with you kind of answered I was going to ask about Hegel's God, but you answered Spinoza's God.
Yeah, it's the same process. Yeah,
thing.
the unknowable process God. That's not. Yeah.
But in your conversation with James Lindsay and Stephen Coughlin, y'all talked about, or you brought up negative theology and how they kind of inverted it, and it became a negative praxis.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if that's because in a pantheistic view, we're God, and so if any kind of concept is describing God, so we have to negate that concept. If that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I think so. I think, though, what we were saying was, I mean, I'm going from memory because that was several months ago, but I think what I was getting at was what was originally viewed as like a conceptual or rational or theological discourse about speaking about God, that negation as a theological exercise for the Marxists, by the time that Hegel had kind of idealized this process, right? So Hegel would take negation and make it a metaphysical principle. And I'm saying that the Marxists would then further take that into being a kind of a weapon where negation is no longer really about metaphysics. It's now about kind of a weapon of tearing down the structures of, quote, oppression. So it loses the metaphysical baggage mainly when Marx says, I'm going to turn Hegel on his head, right? And so he takes Hegel's idealistic process philosophy and makes it a material process. So it becomes dialectical materialism, right? So dialectical materialism is not really interested in metaphysics. I mean, it does have a metaphysics because it's all just chaos and basically atomism and, Democritus or whatever. But they don't really care. They're like, no, we're not interested in metaphysics. We're interested in negation as a form of activism and political process by which you tear down the existing structures. So you see that something that's originally about, theology gets turned into a weapon of praxis.
But they would, they're not interested in metaphysics, but
right.
Insofar as the current system is interested in metaphysics, those words are structures that need to be torn down through that praxis.
Well, the current system is no longer interested. In other words, after the Enlightenment, metaphysics kind of goes to the background and then eventually gets discarded. So, in terms of mainline discourse, people don't care about metaphysics.
Or not metaphysics per se, but just like any of our concepts, like woman, or any concept.
Well, that's where postmodernists take over, and they go even further with it to say that everything is narrative, everything is power, oppressor structures, and so it's no longer really Marxism. It's like a new kind of manifestation of like critical, Frankfurt School critical theory, where every act is a tearing down. So it's not even really like the classical Marxism anymore, because classical Marxism was like, the proletariat will rise up and they'll take over the means of production, and then we'll have, this equalitarian revolution, and the state will wither away and all this stuff. By the time we get critical theory and the Frankfurt School, that they're not really into that. They recognize that this didn't happen. And so they're interested in moving in the direction of tearing down the structures of oppression and so forth. So you see this in the, what's the book the Frankfurt School put out about the existence of fathers as fascism? I got to get that book. I always forget the name of it, but it's the Frankfurt School put out, I'm sure Rachel knows of it, but it's the book that argues that fathers are inherently fascist. It's ridiculous, right? You know what I'm talking about?
No, not that one, but it's not Marxism, but would you still say it's like?
Well, it's partly Marxism. It's like elements of Marxism that have morphed into a new corporate postmodern thing. So it's Fabianism, basically. Father as Fascism. What's the name of that book? Somebody in the chat, tell me. I always go blank on this book. I got to get it. But it's Frankfurt School book. I think Freud is in it.
But even though
it's called the Authoritarian Personality, and it's by the Frankfurt School. And by the way, I mean, a lot of these people calling me mean. It's funny because it's like basically it would line up with the Frankfurt School, right? Like they're basically thinking that what I say is like Frankfurt School stuff, but or excuse me, what I say is fascist. Oh, he's an authoritarian. He's mean. You mean because I basically state my views and can argue them and back them up? That you think that's mean? That's just a normal dude. So I'm sorry that me being a normal dude is so triggering and offensive to all these soy people, and I'm not even some tough guy, right? Like this dude that melted down today is trying to fight me in real life. Okay, so Daily Orthodoxy has a total meltdown. He's like, I'm ready to fight you in real life, RRL. I'm like, dude, come on. But by the way, I'm tempted. I kind of want to do it, by the way. I'm about ready to, like, I'm at the point where I kind of, maybe it's too much chalk. Like, I'm taking all this chalk and I've got a lot of testosterone. Like, I'm almost ready to fight some of these people. Like, I want to go have a boxing match, right? Not a real fight, but like a creator clash. Let's get Daily Orthodoxy out here on a creator clash. Although his meltdowns, I doubt he could actually handle it. But anyway, what did you want to say? It's called The Authoritarian Personality. I'm trying to find the book.
Oh, I guess my main point, or to ask you, was that even though whatever name you call it, there's still a through line of this beginning with Gnostic ADS that kind of runs through whatever ideology they have in their praxis. They're still about like destroying distinctions, and we get this movement towards oneness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, that's what the whole world religion is about. That's why Aldous Huxley says in the Perennial Philosophy that any monistic view or monistic conception is going to be very amenable to the world religion that's coming about, because that's what makes sense with technocratic world government. One world religion, one giant blob. Huxley says it in the Perennial Philosophy. So here is The Authoritarian Personality from the Frankfurt School, edited by Adorno, Brunswick, Levinson, Sanford, published in 1950, part of the Institute for Social Research, which was connected to the Tavistock Institute. And so basically, having dads is fascism. So that's literally what you're dealing with here. So there you go. So these people think that debating is fascist. I mean, just go be a Roman Catholic critical theorist. Like, why are you even... Who cares what I say? Like, just go do your thing. Go to Rome. Go to Frank. Correct. Authoritarian personality. Yeah. So, I mean, people are out here chopping off children's penises, and these people are acting like I'm the worst thing in the world and damaging everything and destroying the Orthodox Church. No, the ecumenists are literally destroying the Orthodox Church. And these people are saying that I'm destroying things. I'm hurting people because I debate. You know what? If you're hurt by debate, you may not make it in life. I'm sorry, but your life, you're going to have tough things that come about in your life. And if me debating you hurts you, you're not going to make it. And maybe that's why you're on SSRIs. Maybe that's why you're bipolar. Maybe you need to become a man. That's not me being a tough guy. That's me telling you that I'm sorry that you didn't have a dad. You know what? I grew up with a single mom too. But then I determined at a certain point around early 20s, I'm not going to let that define my weakness and my emotional instability. I'm going to start a business. I'm going to become a man. I'm going to do what I do. And I don't care that people make fun of me on the internet or that it doesn't bother me. And guess what? You got to get like that too. You're going to have to become a man, and a man is not governed by his emotions. Emotions are good, but they have to be directed. They have to be regulated. Because if you are controlled by your emotions, you're not going to handle life. You're not going to make it through tough times. You're weak. I mean, if you can't handle a debate, if you get upset by me doing a little bit of pushback, how are you going to handle if persecution happened? How are you going to handle dealing with Islamic mosques on your block and Muslims coming down and getting in your face? How are you going to handle that? I mean, you understand that reality is going to set in for a lot of us very soon. You're not going to have cushy liberalism for much longer. If there's a cyber polygon, if there's an economic collapse, and remember all you people said I was crazy about the last 3 years, even though I was right about every bit of it. How are you going to handle a social collapse? Are you going to tweet that the Mad Max gangs in a social collapse were mean to you? Do you think anybody gives a shit that somebody was mean to you on the internet? You're in for a rude awakening if you think that I'm the worst thing in your existence and that I'm hurting you. I'm sorry that you have mental problems, but I didn't cause that. And I'm telling you that it's time to man up and not let this internet stuff upset you and bother you. That is pure soy feminine behavior. And that's a fact, Jack. Can you debate Uthman or another Muslim? I am going to debate Daniel Hakikachu. So people always say, well, are you going to debate this Muslim? I'm going to. We're going to debate Daniel Hakikachu in 21 days. I got a giant stack of books just for that debate. But remember, debate's bad. You actually shouldn't be debating the Muslims and converting them because all religions are passed to God and everybody's sweet and everybody loves you. And look at all the ecumenism in France and how nice the Muslims are in France right now. You see this big old sack. This is what I'm having to work through. I guess we should just be playing sports ball, right? My first bad experience at church was when I was driving 2 hours for catechesis and an Antiochian priest in 2007. This almost made me quit. The Antiochian priest forgot that he was doing catechesis with me after I drove 2 hours because he had a Super Bowl party. So you see the priorities of a lot of these people. And he's over here whining. This other Antiochian priest is whining that it's my fault that young men are coming with theological questions that he can't. That's not my fault. This is pitiful. This behavior and this the way that people are acting about this. This is it's blowing my mind. I can't understand this. And I think that God's going to have to there's going to be I don't know. Like this country can't keep going with this just nonsense and open retortation. I mean, you think that you're going to chop off and damage kids and that there won't be a giant... I don't know what. I'm not a prophet, but I mean, this shit is all going away if you continue this stuff. And if you think I'm the prophet, this is just blows my mind. Where is your campaign against that? You're campaigning against a person debating, converting atheists and Muslims. And you've got people at Fordham trying to turn your church skittles. What are you doing? What is wrong with you people? It blows my mind. I don't know. Like, why don't you just go to Rome? I don't understand why these people why are you even staying in Orthodox? Just go to Rome. Lol, no you.
Hey, what's up? I was walking around my downtown today, going for a lovely little stroll, and I was approached by some Baptists. And there's not a lot of Baptists where I'm from, so I decided to engage with them. And they asked me, are you born again? And I was like, yeah, I was baptized on even Day
right.
In 2020. And they were very, very adamant that the baptism of the Holy Spirit and water baptism are two very different things. Is that just like a Baptist presupposition?
Yeah.
That they just run with?
Yeah, it's a Baptist and a Calvinist presupposition, but for a lot of Lutherans and Anglicans, they would agree that there's baptismal regeneration. So it's odd because, Protestants don't agree on that. But, I mean, Paul says there's one baptism. One Lord, one faith, one baptism. So I'm not sure why are you dividing it? Because, look, Christology solves this, okay? The incarnation is the joining of the divine with the created and the material. And guess what? In the sacraments, the divine is joined to the created and the material. It's very simple. So they're wrong. Anyway, I want to move on to try to get through some more of these. That was a good question. I want to give preference to anybody that disagrees. So if anybody wants to debate or come up with any topics where they disagree, please, I'll let you come to the forefront. Let's see, Christian Logos. What's up, dude? You got to unmute, bro.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Kim.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I had just a quick question about like epistemology in relation from orthodoxy to other religions. Is that weighted in personhood or the personal experience shared that we assimilate with Christ? Is that where the epistemic justification comes from?
I'm a little confused. Like, how does that tie to epistemic justification? Can you flesh this out? What do you mean?
Yeah, so like, so when it comes to our views or other views of religions and their ideas of God,
Okay.
so when you're kind of debating them, you kind of pull out this, your tag argument, and you show that there's justifications in our experience that has to be matched with our conceptions of God. Is that the right way to frame that? So like with Christ,
No, you're losing me there. You're losing me there about justifications of our experience. Are you saying like when I talk about like transcendental categories that underlie the possibility of experience, that's grounded in the Orthodox worldview? Okay.
Yeah, and that has to be grounded in our ideal or conception of God.
No, it's not grounded in an ideal. It's grounded in an actual personal God.
Okay, yeah, so then that's where you get absolute divine simplicity when you're going into, say, Judaism or Islam. They kind of divorce that and keep that dialectical tension.
Well, usually, although there's, sometimes Islam and sometimes Judaism aren't actually that Unitarian and that committed to absolute divine simplicity, because sometimes they fudge on that. I mean, I'm reading, Jewish texts right now talking about the multiplicity of God even in the Old Testament.
Okay, I got you.
But yes, I do usually make that critique, correct.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of the question, because when it comes to epistemology and stuff, that's something I'm just starting to get into, because I try to start from the pre-Socratics and kind of work my way up through philosophy. So I haven't quite got there, but it's something I've been really interested in, is this epistemic certitude, epistemic justification that you talked about. But I just wasn't sure what that relationship was to our personal experience and how we view God and how these other religions.
Yeah, I would read the Russ Mannion paper on the contingency of knowledge. I would read the W.J. Wood book on epistemology. Those are good introductory texts to the way that we make that argument.
Yeah, I read the Jay Wood one, and that was really good. I like how he entangles ethics into, the logic and everything else, too, and shows how it has to be kind of a match there, too. They kind of all entangle each other.
Yeah.
But I think the entanglement of those transcendental categories is our inherent personal experience, because they're all pre-assumed in the experience we have.
Well, no, they're assumed, but they're not our experience. So I wouldn't say they're inherent. I mean, they're presupposed by any possibility of knowledge, right? For example, I can't have knowledge without there being a knower to have the knowledge. I can't have an experience of the world without some time-space presupposition, right? Because humans are constituted to experience and know things from temporal, spatial dimensions, right? We don't learn things outside of time and space, typically. So the structures that are there, right? The transcendental categories are sort of these structures that are there to make knowledge possible.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Does that have any entailment into absolute divine simplicity as well?
What do you mean entailment to it? What do you mean?
Like, does that relate to absolute divine simplicity as well?
Well, I would say that a position, any theological position that is committed to a strict absolute divine simplicity or a strict identity thesis, which we see, for example, the Roman Catholic Church, the Fourth Lateran Synod, when it affirms the Peter Lombard doctrine of simplicity, right? That's what's called identity thesis, right? That the names or the attributes that we give to God are identical to, in a strict way, the divine essence. So God's actions, God's attributes are isomorphically identified with the absolutely simple essence, such that, like in Thomism, the distinction between the attributes is purely conceptual.
Right.
So it's not real. So
yeah, so it just kind of makes it a big blob monad thing.
Right. So what I'm saying is that in that worldview, yes, ultimately that would lead to the impossibility of knowledge, because you would have, I'm not saying that the people don't have knowledge, the impossibility of giving an account of that knowledge. So that's two different things.
Gotcha. And that would be what epistemology is really underpinning, is like our justification to know anything at all.
Well, I think epistemology is more than that, but justification is a really big part of epistemology.
Okay. Gotcha. I think that's all I had, man. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, good questions. And by the way, for those who are interested in the link in the show description, I did do a 12-course, 30-ish hour lecture series on the history of Western philosophy. It's there in the links as the Autonomy Agora Marketplace link right here. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. And we did multiple hours of Q&A as well. So ultimately it comes out with all the Q&A, it's like 36, maybe 40 hours. It's a lot. And we begin with the pre-Socratics, and we work our way all the way up to the modern era. And we do have I did bring in outside experts, so we do have also some guest speakers when we get to aesthetics, to epistemology. So if you guys are interested, you can also still at any time purchase the philosophy course there from Richard Grove. And shout out to the guy earlier who was giving props to Richard. I meant to give Richard some props. So if you disagree, if you would like to voice an objection, debate, whatever, let's see. Let's go to Nathan. He looks like he's got a Roman Catholic profile. So let's see if he has a disagreement.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi. I'm from the communion, the Oriental Communion. Well, that's my ancestral church.
Okay.
Like the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I'm
Okay.
Ethiopian. And I wanted to know, because looking into the church, we were like more traditionalistic. So like we were just brought into the tradition of the church, and I wanted to know like what the problem with our theology is.
Well, I think there's a few problems, but if I was to summarize briefly what I think the problems are, is that there's an attachment to what's called the Old Nicene usage of the word hypostasis. So it's true that at the Council of Nicaea, when people used the word hypostasis, it was really just referring to any individual or instantiated nature. So by the time of the Cappadocians, though, when you look at Basil's letter 38, or what's called Basil's letter 38, as Cappadocian theology kind of makes things a little more nuanced, they make a stronger distinction between nature and person, such that hypostasis comes to have an immediate connection, not with an incarnated nature or an instantiated nature, but with a subject, the subject that has the nature. So the Coptic churches and the Oriental churches kind of resisted this nuance. And so when Chalcedon comes about, and when there's debates concerning what it means to have two natures, the Coptics and the Orientals thought that meant we were saying a form of Nestorianism, that Christ is two hypostases. No, we agree with Cyril, and that's why my understanding is that the later Cyril, if you look at the two letters to Sexensis, Cyril clarifies and states the exact same thing that we believe, right? He states that, yes, there are two distinct natures even after the resurrection, but that deification occurs because the union is real. And so the Fifth Council, for us...
Jay, can I
Sure.
interject, please?
Well, I mean, hold on. Well, let me just say one more thing. So
Go ahead.
so those are my summaries. And the last point I was going to make is just that I also think that a lot of times the Coptic position is really wedded to early phraseology in Cyril that later Cyril himself wasn't wedded to, like the word miaphysis.
Okay, is your position the same as the Roman Catholics when it comes, because like when I talk to Roman Catholics about this, right? I don't know why everyone keeps saying the Coptic communion. I like to call it the Ethiopian communion, but but I guess the same thing. But when I talk to Roman Catholics, they usually say it's okay. My theology, like the Oriental theology, is okay. I've only really seen it in I don't know, maybe they're ecumenists.
Well, it's a little, hold on. So it's a little muddier when you ask, hold on. So it's a little bit muddier when you ask if a Roman Catholic has the same view as an Orthodox, because you hit on the right point there about ecumenism. Like, well, maybe and maybe not, because they might just be saying, oh, we're all the same because they're an ecumenist, right? When in reality, technically, for us, this issue is resolved at the 5th and 6th Council. So Roman Catholics are supposed to believe in the 5th and 6th Council. However, 99% of the time in actual experience, the theology of the 5th and 6th Councils, which are all predicated on the essence-energy distinction, especially the 6th Council with the 2 wills and 2 energies. If you read Maximus against Pyrrhus, I mean, the whole argument is about the energies. And so that really has no relevance to most Roman Catholic theology. So they'll give verbal credence to agree with us, but not really, right? Because there's a logical flow from the 5th Council to the 6th to the 7th. And Roman Catholics claim to believe in the 7th, but they don't care about the canons. They don't care about what the theology of the 7th Council actually is. So I would say that in contrast to your communion, your group, I would say that I think that the lack of specification and clarity about the essence-energy distinction and the logical flow from the 5th and 6th Council, and especially the 6th Council talking about the energies, that there's a logical flow from that to the icons. And the fact that you guys aren't really clear about what we say at 5th, 6th, 7th, to me says that we're correct.
Wait. What about the other councils? Instead of Chalcedon, the 6, 7 councils, do we not agree with? Because I think when it comes to
hold on. So the 5th Council was intended to reconcile with you guys, and that didn't occur. But a lot of Orientals agree that the theology that's presented in the 5th Council is Cyrillian and is correct. So what I'm saying, hold on. So what I'm saying is that should logically then follow that you guys ought to accept the 6th and 7th, but your communions don't.
Wait, what about it? Do they not? Because
they don't. You don't accept. As I see it, right? You don't accept that council, because the churches were already in schism. Hold on. Let's be clear. So you might theologically agree, but you don't accept the councils, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yes, yeah. Because I've been asking priests and bishops from the Ethiopian. I don't know about the Coptics. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't really talk to the Copts at all. But from the Ethiopians, from the Ethiopian church, I have been asking pastors and priests, right, from the church. And they've been when it comes to the 5th Council, they've been telling me that theologically it's sound in some cases.
Right.
Some cases people tell me that, but then of course there's those extreme ones that say no, they have to say one nature and stuff. But when it comes to, as I see it,
well, right, that's more strict than Cyril. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you read the 2 letters to Sexensis, that's more strict than Cyril himself. So.
Yeah, I want it because I've never heard of this. The only thing I've looked at when it comes to Cyril, because the main thing that, if you know the Oriental Church, I don't know about the others, but us, Ethiopia and Eritrea, the main thing they pride themselves on is they say that we are the Cyrillian Church, we're the ones that follow the Cyrillian Christology.
I know.
And the book that basically that they always want to talk about is the Union of Christ that Cyril writes, right? That's the only thing I've read from Cyril.
I promote that book all the time. Yeah, it's printed by St. Vladimir's.
What is it called again? Cyril's what? Cyril's writing to who?
On the Unity of Christ is printed by St. Vladimir's Seminary.
Oh, no, not that one. I'm talking about the one you said agrees with the Diaphysite Christology, or your Christology.
Oh, the later Cyril has 2 letters to Sexensis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess I would look into that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I think they're both online, by the way. Yeah, so you can pull up the 2 letters of Cyril to Sexensis online, and they're both there, and you'll see what I'm saying. But great points. By the way, he teaches essence energy distinction. Let's see. Looking for people that might disagree. Alex Bain. I don't recognize that name. I was born in adversity. I was forged in adversity. That's my Bain. You got to do Bain like this, though. You got to go, I was born in adversity. What's up, Bain?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Would you say that the kingdom of God is the church?
Yes.
So would you concede the branch theory because Jesus says that the kingdom of God is as a seed planted in the ground that turns into different branches and spreads out over the whole world?
No. There's one tree, one branch. Branch theory believes that
No, it doesn't say one branch.
I'm saying that there's one branch because there's one tree. Anglican branch theory is false, and it's the origin of all modern ecumenism. So Protestantism had to come up with.
Well, hang on.
Are you talking into your shoulder? Like, can you just talk normal? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Barely. You're muffled.
What about now?
Right, so the church is one, holy, Catholic, and apostolic, and if you look at the ecumenical councils, when they formulate their ecclesiology on the basis of the Christology, there's no notion that Christ exists amongst a bunch of sects and groups. So the fact that a tree has branches does not prove Anglican branch theory.
But the kingdom of heaven is as a tree that's planted, right, with different branches.
Right. So again, this is ridiculous. Justin, what's up? No, the fact that a tree has branches does not mean Anglican branch theory. That's Justin, what's up? Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Jay. Long time watcher, first time caller. Really appreciate your work. I'm not going to disagree with you, so I apologize about that. I know you're looking for people to disagree, but it's fine.
That's fine.
I was watching one of your videos from a couple years back that you posted. I mean, you posted a couple years back. I watched it the other day. And you were talking, I'm trying to remember who you were talking to. But anyways, you were kind of explaining things. I know. You were talking to Apostate Prophet. That's right. And you guys were having like a discussion, a debate. And it was really good, both sides.
Yeah, we were supposed to have another one, and then he never got back to me. He's like, "Let's do another one." I was like, "Yeah," and then he never said anything. So
I know I looked for it, and unfortunately, but
well, just remind him.
That discussion was really good, just on its own. But you had made a comment. You guys were talking about. He was asking you about the Orthodox understanding of, like, I guess, the state of the dead or the afterlife or something like that. And you had mentioned a quote from St. Cyril, I believe it was, talking about how when Christ went down into Hades, the harrowing of Hades.
Yeah, it's in Father Seraphim Rose's Genesis, Creation, Early Man. Yeah, it's a quote from Cyril on the descent into Hades.
Yeah. The thing that stood out to me was how St. Cyril. I looked up the quote, or like some of the quotes, because it piqued my interest.
Mm-hmm.
And Christ preached the gospel to those who were formerly disobedient in the days of Noah. You know, a reference to, I think, 2 Peter it is.
Mm-hmm.
And St. Cyril talks about how those people who were disobedient among the pagan nations, I guess, found salvation in the preaching of the gospel, like they were saved. To my understanding, a person is saved or finds salvation through repentance. And so this would seem to imply that people who are dead are able to repent and be saved in Hades. And I was wondering how that kind of works with St. Paul's teaching in Hebrews, where he says it's appointed for man to die once and then the judgment. And I was under the impression that once you die, there is no hope of repentance. There is no hope of salvation. Salvation is here and now. Today is the day of salvation. Again, quoting St. Paul, quoting the Psalms.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could break that down some.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to reconcile all the patristic speculation on that, precisely because I think a lot of this topic we don't know about. Now, it could be that Cyril sees it like, to whom much is given, much is required. And so since a lot of the people in the Old Testament didn't have a lot of access to divine revelation or to the teachings of the prophets, that he's saying that, God kind of like gave them a free pass in the sense of not immediately condemning them per se. But if I remember, he actually says that the wicked, people who were excessively wicked, did not have a chance to hear the preaching. And he says that people who lived according to natural law, if I remember the quote, he says that they could have heard and been saved and repented. So in Cyril's mind, it might have been something that was just the case for people who died in the Old Testament. And then now where, post-Roman Empire, post-preaching of Christianity, in Cyril's mind, it's not like that anymore. And so we're more accountable. I'm just saying that might be his thought process, because I don't think that Cyril's going to sit there and tell everybody, oh, don't worry, guys, you can all repent after you die. I think he's saying that this is something that could have been, that God could have given these people a pass, so to speak, because of their limited exposure to revelation.
Now, my wife and I are Antiochian Orthodox, and of course, whenever we have someone who passes, we pray for them, pray for the dead. We don't believe that they're dead, that Christ defeated death, and that they are still alive in some other, state, if you will.
Sure.
And we pray for them out of our love for them and asking God for mercy. And like I said before, I was, I was under the impression and thinking that, and I'm wondering if you can maybe answer this. I don't know if you can.
Well, let me say this. So,
yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, we don't know what God is able to do in terms of making up for what was lacking. So maybe an angel preaches to somebody at their deathbed or at the point of death. We don't know, right? But I know that we can't make that an excuse and say, oh, well, then everybody's cool and everybody, we're just not told these things, right? So we're told that we have a duty to tell everybody that they have to come into the church. If God has extra, normative means by which he can unite people, then he can do that. That's up to him, right? So I don't know how he can do that. And maybe it's at the point of death. And so then therefore it's not after death. But I certainly hope everybody makes it, right? I mean, we don't want anybody to be condemned. We want everybody to be there. And so, how that's gonna work out, I don't know. And I think that, because this comes up a lot, what about unbaptized babies and all this kind of stuff? Like, I just think a lot of these things we're just not told, Well,
in regards to the unbaptized baby thing, I'm reminded there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy. I forget exactly where it is, but where the Lord actually says that, Moses, I believe, he says that these little ones who have not known good or evil, they will enter the promised land ahead of you, kind of thing. And ever since I've read that, even before I was Orthodox, I always kind of thought that, children who died, like childbirth or, little children and stuff, that they were saved in some way. And when we came into the Orthodox Church, I noticed that there's an icon of the innocents, the ones that were killed by Herod. They all have the halos, the nimbus or whatever, around their heads, and Christ is in their midst. Have you seen that?
Well, yeah, but they're martyrs. But I don't think we would say that every baby that dies is a martyr.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
I said they're martyrs, but we wouldn't say that every baby that dies is a martyr.
Oh, okay.
But I do
understands them as martyrs.
Yeah, but I do take. I think you have an interesting point about the Promised Land statement, but I do think that we have to also be aware of the canons. For example, the canons from Carthage that are repeated in the Sixth Council say that you can't automatically say that a child is part of the kingdom of God apart from baptism. So maybe God has a way in which he can baptize them. I don't know. But we do have canons that say that baptism is necessary. And that's why I think Can you mute? It's really loud in the background. I'm not trying to be rude.
I appreciate your answer.
Hold on.
Can I comment on the?
Hold on. So I have another point, but it's the background's really loud. So I'm just saying, can you mute for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. So the other point I was going to make about that is, as I understand it, I think the prayers are different between, because a priest can pray prayers for unbaptized infants that die, and I think they're commended to God. I forget the exact prayer, but they're different from a baby that dies that's been baptized. So to me, that suggests there is some distinction. How God ferrets all that out, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. It's interesting to me. I would like to just real quick, if it's okay, to comment on the back and forth between you and Father Raphael. Is that his name?
Sure.
I believe it. His comment to the Uniate guy, the Eastern Catholic guy, I assume, saying like, just pursue a relationship with God and don't worry about quote unquote the true church.
Yeah.
It's a foolish endeavor kind of thing.
Right.
My wife and I, we were actually talking about that today. I read her the quote, and we both kind of concluded it sounded very Protestant.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what it's how Protestants and evangelicals kind of talk, like, oh, just have a relationship with Jesus, and the church stuff.
Well, Rachel
just
asked
find
him
yourself a Bible believing church, and you'll be okay, or whatever.
Yeah, Rachel asked
like
Rachel asked him in conversation DMs, and that's his background, and that's basically what he was saying. So basically, we have a lot of people that become Orthodox, and I'm that maybe I still have this baggage, right? I don't have a problem saying I might still have Protestant or Thomistic Roman Catholic baggage, but a lot of people bring their baggage in. But and one of the temptations is, my Protestant baggage, Orthodoxy needs to conform to that. That's backwards. Let me give you an example. I met a dude, I won't say his name, but I met this person a couple of years ago, and he really wanted to meet up with me and debate. But I didn't know he wanted to debate. I thought he just wanted to meet up. So he's a guy who teaches catechesis, and nice guy. I mean, I don't have anything against him or nothing personal or anything like that. But so we met up at a church, and there was a bunch of people there, and he wanted to immediately to debate, which I thought debate's evil, but I guess not. But and he was like, well, I realized before I came into Orthodoxy, I went and studied Thomism for many years, and I became a super duper Thomist. And then I decided that there's problems in the Roman Catholic Church, so I'm going to become Orthodox. And he said that I figured out. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not trying to be rude to this dude. I'm not going to say his name, but he said something to the effect of, I realized that God had sent me to the Orthodox Church to convince them of Thomism. What? And I'm like, dude, that's all wrongheaded, right? That's not right. That's bringing the baggage in. Same thing with, and I'm not being mean if I criticize people or say where I disagree. I don't know where people think that's mean or abuse. Okay. Father Stephen Freeman quite clearly brought his higher critical views of the Old Testament out of Anglicanism and into Orthodoxy. And he's apparently never shed that. And so what's his response is, well, Orthodoxy needs to adopt this. This is where Orthodoxy needs to go. We need to get away from dogma. We need to get into emotivism. I don't know what, right? According to Father Raphael. That's the thing. It's like, no, the baggage that we bring has to go. Not the other way around. We don't turn, you got to conform to what we want. No, it's the other way around. And that's why people like Father Deacon, to his credit, Father Deacon went and was like a super Thomist. And then when he gets further into Orthodoxy, he's like, I'm going to have to give up some of this Thomism. And he kind of had the same attitude as that other person, that I'm going to come into Orthodoxy and I'm going to save Orthodoxy from anti-intellectualism by getting them into Thomism. No, we don't need Thomism. There's true things in Thomism. St. Gennadios said, yeah, Thomas says a lot of true things. Okay, well, so do a lot of people. But the phronema of Ortho doesn't need.
Aquinas, he justified murdering heretics, or at least killing heretics by the state. So no way, we don't need that.
Well, that's not the. That's not the. That's not what I would mainly take issue with Aquinas. I think there's you could maybe debate how that goes about, but that's not the main problem with Aquinas. Brandon, what's up, dude? But thank you for those comments, Justin. Go ahead. Are you there, Brandon? Let's go, Brandon. All right. No Brandon today. So, does anybody disagree? It needs to be better arguments than Jesus said the kingdom of God is like a tree, and tree has branches, so branch theory. I mean, that's really bad. Ananke, what's up, Ananke?
Hello.
What's up? How are you?
Good. Another Romanian here.
Oh, cool.
Just wanted to tell you that I started watching you about 3 months ago. I've been watching you ever since. Thank God my husband likes you too.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
2 comments.
Okay.
First is that, just hold on a second, I need to catch my breath. First one is that I took a religion course when I was in college.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually my literature professor who gave a course in religion. He eventually became a priest, and he had the exact same arguments you do, like exactly. It's absolutely amazing to see it in like real life in debates.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that in case you doubt what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So in other words, there's priests out there that do this. Yeah, I know a lot of priests. So, the idea that debate is somehow inimical to orthodoxy is just completely false. It's silly.
And the second one is the reason for which I actually called. I wanted to tell you, I kind of didn't like that comment that it was because in Romania, the Orthodox hated the Muslim people, and that's why the whole thing with Tate. Romania is actually more into ecumenism right now.
Okay. Yeah. I think he's talking about the history of Romania is anti-Muslim, but yeah, I don't doubt that now. As earlier in this conversation, actually, it might have been on Discord. Somebody was saying earlier today that the State Department in the West has fostered a lot of evangelicalism and Pentecostalism in Romania. So, yeah, I don't doubt that today's Romania is a lot more ecumenist.
Yeah, I mean, the spokesperson of the Romanian Orthodox Church is basically, he gave an interview and he informed us. I'm not really sure if he was talking as a spokesperson or just as himself, but he actually informed us that we will eventually, pretty soon, be united with the Catholic Church.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yep, that's the push, right?
Started with the Easter.
Yep.
Because they wanted to move the Easter, to have it at the same date as the Catholic do. So then eventually he gave an interview in a newspaper saying that, what do you expect?
Yeah, I think you're spot on.
To unite.
Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if Alex was talking to Tate, because I know they know each other. I don't know if he talked to Tate and Tate said, "Oh, they're mad at me because I'm not Orthodox anymore," and then Alex was speculating that, well, it's probably because you were hanging out. I don't know who he was talking to, but I'm just saying that whatever. I don't know about Romania, but what I do know is that I do think there is a Saudi royal push that fosters and promotes Islam through figures like that. that's, I think, true. So, but great questions. I'm gonna have to move on because now, Father Deacon, I know you're not wanting to debate or talk today, but do you have any insight on the state of things in Romania? That, I mean, you've been to Romania. I don't know anything about Romania, so could you speak to at all like the influence of evangelicalism and Pentecostalism in Romania? Do you think that there could have been any that the Tates were had angered the authorities, and that there was an Orthodox motivation behind that? I'll let you speak. Yeah, just hit unmute.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've been to Romania. I serve the Romanian parish for 4 or 5 years. And know many Romanians, and I actually think that there's probably, like you said, a deep state agenda to push these evangelical groups and Pentecostals to go over there. Speaking to Romanians here, they said one of the reasons why so many of them converted is, well, first, they weren't properly catechized. And when you come over to the United States, you need to get a visa, right? So you have to have a sponsor. And so they were using these groups, and these Pentecostal groups were taking them in and love bombing them and giving them a community and doing all of this stuff in an attempt to kind of convert them. And then they just fill their heads full of propaganda that, oh, the Orthodox Church is, legalistic, it's not a relationship, all the same kind of stuff that you usually kind of hear on the internet, low IQ kind of stuff. And so I know these countries are like, whatever the source, the original source, and who's pushing it, I don't know. But I do know that they're targeting Orthodox countries, and they're taking advantage of the fact that maybe a lot of these people don't know. And that's why in Russia, they saw this coming and they banned proselytization.
Yeah.
In China, they banned evangelical groups because there were spies and operatives in those groups. So there's some type of deep state and intelligence involved in this. At what level, I don't know.
Well, no. So Mark Hackard has a really excellent essay at Soul of the East on Attack of the Cults, where he goes into the history of this. And one of the examples is actually Pastor Sunday Adelaja, who is a giant Pentecostal megachurch pastor that they moved into the Ukraine through the Clinton Foundation. So you can clearly see this is one of these examples. I'll put this article in the chat for you guys, that this is just one example in the Ukraine where the Clinton Foundation and obviously the State Department, CIA, were utilizing this goofy megachurch to promote all of the same ecumenism and Pentecostalism in the Ukraine. So they did the exact same thing in Ukraine that they're doing in Romania. And you weren't in there, Father, but earlier, Father Deacon, with others today, we had a discussion in Discord, and some guys were saying that this same type of push that you see with evangelicals on the part of the U.S. State Department in Ukraine is happening in Romania. It's the same program. It's a form of this is called soft power. For those that don't know, it's a form of soft power.
Yeah, and so at what level the State Department and these various agents are involved, I don't know. But certainly it's well known that Patriarch Daniel is an ecumenist. It's rumored that he's a Freemason. And so you and I have talked about this. Just like the infiltration to the Vatican, these agencies have attempted to infiltrate the Orthodox Church. It's a bit slower because of our decentralized and autocephalous kind of nature. It's a bit harder to kind of do that, but they certainly are attempting to do that. So if you already have, as the last lady had spoke, you kind of have a weakened orthodoxy, and you weaken it further through kind of an ecumenist attitude, and then you bring in these Protestant evangelical groups and proselytize and convert them. You can see why there's large numbers of Romanians converting from Orthodoxy to Pentecostalism,
right,
and these evangelical sects.
Yeah, for those that are interested in just this specific topic of the church and religion being used as a geopolitical tool, that's really what my Substack is devoted to. So I created the Substack really to just deal with this kind of stuff, because most people in my audience are not interested in these nuances and all this kind of minutia. It's very important, but I'm just saying that I decided to kind of put this over here on its own. So that's what my Substack is devoted to, is just ecumenism as a geopolitical tool, change agents in orthodoxy, institutional capture, all of that is kind of what I blog about over there at my Substack. There's the link if you want to read about that. Thank you for that, Father Deacon. Anything else you want to add about why Romania seems to have this Pentecostal? Why do you think Pentecostalism? Is that just something that appeals to people more easily because of the emotion focus, or what?
Could be. That's a great question. I don't know if I've thought about that much. There might be some particular links, even going back to the Iron Guard. If you remember that phenomenon going on in Romania, that was already ecumenist.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I think a lot of that probably started back then, and I know a lot of people think like, oh, it's so based and blah, 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 but it's like, in principle, there's nothing wrong with like defending the faith and your nation and stuff like that, but maybe the infiltration started there because there were various groups and different and you remember this too in Russia with they did the same thing in Russia with the Soviet Church when they set up when they arrested all the bishops, the Orthodox bishops, and put them away. They set up their own church. Guess what they did? They brought in Unionists and Protestants to set up a Soviet church.
Yes. Exactly.
Church. So I'm not a historian on that, but I bet there's some definite links.
Yeah, a good point.
And you have that kind of dialectics, right? Oh, we're fighting whoever the enemy is. And then what do? You set up the controlled opposition.
Well, that's the reasoning of a lot of the people who think that we should reunite with Rome. Oh, we need to reunite with Rome to have a united front against the, moral corruption. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and so that's a great study, actually. I'd be interested to see kind of where did this start, why Pentecostals, why do they have like the kind of numbers on that, what's going on in the missionary field. So I just don't know. That there's stuff going on, but I'm just not a historian on that.
Great question. I just thought you might know because of the the Romanian connection there. Thank you for that. Last one, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. I have to work on my Hugo weaving. That was my first run there, maybe second or third. So, unmute, dog.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
So I had a couple questions. One real quick. I heard you give a reference about one of the councils. There's a place in one of the councils where it said that those who believe that there is death before the fall are anathema. And I was just wondering, where was that exactly?
It's the Sixth Ecumenical Council. It's I don't remember the exact number of the canon, but yes, it says that if you believe that death preceded Adam, that's a heterodox proposition.
Well, it's just kind of mind-blowing that anybody would hold to theistic evolution not being the case. But anyway, I just wanted to check on that. And then I had another kind of thing I was thinking about. So
it's right here. So I found it. It's Canon 109. That Adam was not created subject to death. Whoever says that Adam, the first man, was created mortal, so that whether he had sinned or not, he would have not died in body. That is, that he would have gone forth from the body, not because he merited sins, but by natural necessity. That death is a form of natural necessity. Let him be anathema. Whoever asserts that the protoplast would have died without sin through natural necessity, let him be anathema. So, what? People don't care.
So that just ends theistic evolution totally.
Well, they'll just talk around and say, "Oh, well, that's talking about." I'm trying to remember how they talk around this. Oh, they might just say they didn't have an understanding of the natural world that we have now, so they were wrong.
Right.
So,
That's
but I mean,
well, anyway, okay. The other thing was so I first came across you like 3 years ago through Isaac Weishaupt. And at the time, I was deeply ensconced in Austrian economics, and I have human action. All these Austrian economics. Murray Rothbard, big follower of Tom Woods,
praxeology.
Jeff Tucker. Right, exactly. And then I realized, a lot of these Austrian guys, like Tom Woods, Bob Murphy, Lou Rockwell, Jeff Tucker. These guys are trad cats, and after coming across you, I was like, "Oh, what the hell is this guy talking about?" Criticizing libertarianism and geopolitics, and then anyway, I've come around to completely kind of agree with you.
Good, thank you. Glad to hear that.
But the thing that I was thinking about, the Austrians still have a lot of good critiques of economics, and I think they understand economics.
Yeah, I agree.
Boom bust cycle, all that stuff. But what I was thinking about, and this is where it comes to my question, is almost like a lot of this corruption, and global power, and finances, and all this. Once you start to understand banking and money, and it kind of goes back to usury, and so. And, of course, the West changed their position on that somewhere in the 1500s, I think. And so, anyway, I'm kind of getting at, there's this whole, system that we live in modern ages that kind of revolves around usury and interest, charging interest. And some of us, we have things like 401ks and that type of thing. And even regular bank accounts earn interest because, the banks are using our money to lend out, and then we get interest. Anyway, so I'm just wondering, how does that work as Christians living in a modern world with the modern financial systems, with the whole stance of usury, and really, I think usury, maybe that's like how all of this really gets out of hand.
No, I agree. Yeah, the root of all of this is usury and unethical money. That's why I do think Bitcoin is ethical money. I'm not telling you have to get that. I'm not going to make any financial, decisions. I'm not a registered financial advisor. So, what you do with your money is your decision. But, when I've asked a lot of priests and people on this, they typically say you do what you can as best as you can, right? So you can't change the entire monetary system. You can't make it not be a Federal Reserve interest-based system. That's out of your control. But whatever's in your control, that's what you do, right? So, if it's in your control not to get involved in some big business deal all based around usury, then you probably shouldn't do that. But I'm also not going to give you moral advice either, because I'm not your spiritual father, and I don't know your situation, your life. Maybe you work as a banking head, and so I'm not. Oh, you have to quit being the head of the bank. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to do that because it's not my position to do that. But when I've asked this question, typically the clerical response is that you do as far as you can to avoid those things. You can't change the Federal Reserve. So.
Gotcha. Well, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, great question. So we got actually quite a few super chats that I missed here. So there were some old ones. Nostra Dumbass, $10. Thank you. AJ Hunter, $5. Why do Gnostic, esoteric, pagan, and mystical references, archetypes, mythos, and symbols in TV captivate audiences? No, I think I already answered that. That has to do with because they speak to us on a very fundamental level in terms of like geometric symbols and forms or whatever. Maybe I did read these. I can't remember. They're from several days ago. Terry 77, Indiana Jones and the Paperclip of Power. That's a pretty good one. Mark Milner, $29. I'm the number one super chatter tonight. So this was back on the Indiana Jones stream. Mark Milner, $1. Thank you. No, I read that one. Are you going to debate Uthman? So I think that I don't know who Uthman is. Is that the guy that's buddies with Sneeko? So I think Rachel is trying to get Pearl to also set up a debate with a Muslim in the summer, but I don't know who the Muslim is. So I don't know if that's Uthman or who, but of course, yeah, I'm down to do that. Dingo, $3. Jay, in your paradigm, is it possible that there's any kind of evidence that could be discovered which would conclusively disprove revelation? I don't know how a piece of evidence could conclusively disprove biblical revelation. Let me think. What kind of... let's see. Well, we found the body of Jesus. Well, I would be more inclined to think that that was a fraud. In fact, wasn't there was some movie that had this. I'm thinking like maybe Antonio Banderas or somebody was in a movie like this. Maybe 15 years ago. It was a long time ago. Maybe 20 years ago. There's some stupid movie and it was like somebody found the body of Jesus and then so the Vatican or somebody sent Antonio Banderas in to cover it up. Right? Because it's secret to get out. Right? There was no resurrection. I would be more inclined to think of that as a fraud. Right? But see, I don't hinge my this is the problem with evidentialism, is that when you hinge your faith on so-called miracle claims or, it hinges on the Shroud of Turin. Well, so if Science Man comes out and the whole science world says that the Shroud of Turin was fake, am I going to then have to say, then I guess my faith is shaken? That's why it's just, I don't put my faith in the claims of so-called experts. Because more often than not, a lot of these so-called claims are fraudulent. Like Piltdown Man, right? Piltdown Man disproves the Bible. Time to pack it up. BTFO Christian. Ha ha ha. Well, it turns out Piltdown Man's a big fraud. So as I get older and as I am actually pretty skeptical quite a bit, I see a lot more things as frauds and scams. So I would be much more inclined to think that if there was some big media push that we've discovered the body of Jesus, the resurrection was, I would think this is a fraud, dude. Brock Frieden, $3. Catholic Church is mostly compromised. It is good for you to publicly criticize priests because they are responsible. Public priests give the public sometimes gives priests immunity, but they should not be given immunity. That's true. It doesn't matter what your rank and status is. If you're publicly saying something evil and false, you don't get a free pass. But I have authority. Okay, so it'd be like, I'm the father of a household. I command my household to worship an idol. How dare you defy me because I'm the authority? Yeah, but your authority has limits. You can't, there's a higher authority than you. And the higher authority says that you have to convert if you're a uniate. So it's not me that is the troublesome, rebellious person. It's the person who's not submitting to the higher authority. That's the troublesome, rebellious person. The evil person Teresa Collett, I don't know who Teresa Collett is, served on the Pope's Pontifical Council for Family, and they came after me. Teresa Collett. Let's see who that is. I wonder who. Yeah, well, a lot of these people, yeah, they will come after you. Teresa She's got a boomer surprise face. St. Thomas School of Law. The director of Pro-Life Center. Well, what'd they come after you for? Interesting. Five says for $5. Interesting. Pseudo prosciutto. I want actual prosciutto. I don't want the pseudo prosciutto. What is the practice? Was the practice of invoking a saint Jewish? Yeah, I think they do ask for. I know they pray for the dead, and I think I've heard that some of the Hasidics will ask for prayer. I mean, that's what we're doing when we invoke. So I have read that, but I don't remember the exact source. Do I have recommendations of books on the topic of the communion of saints? I mean, I think pretty much any Orthodox catechesis, will go into why we think that there's a communion of saints. But I mean, just look at Revelation 4, 5, and 6. John sees into heaven, and the saints are praying. Mel U, $100. Thank you for that big super fat super chat. Mel U always wins. What are your thoughts on Southern Baptist Church? Well, I think that ironically, they were holding down some conservative ideas for a long time, but in the past 5 years, they have also interestingly caved to the woke stuff. There was a professor pretty well known at Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, and there was a big fracas 2 years ago because they fired him because he said that they shouldn't teach critical race theory at Southern Baptist schools and seminaries. And so the so-called conservative Al Mohler fired him. I think that's the story. I don't keep up with this, so don't freak out if you're some Baptist. He's not telling the story right. Who's lying? I don't remember. Okay, I can't remember all the facts. There's constant information coming in. And I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that was fired. Because my buddy had him and knew him. Like, he took classes under him. This is it. Dr. Fuller. Yeah, this is it. So I had a friend. What if you could do SEO small? I had a friend that studied under Dr. Fuller. And then he was let go.
Okay. Well, this evening, they wanted me to give a sort of a testimony of my adventures, especially at the end of my time at Southern Seminary.
So basically, this is an indicator, a bellwether for you that, they caved to the woke stuff and they fired Dr. Fuller. If I remember, that's the story. So you can go watch his testimony if you want the full details of that. But I think a lot of these, what they try to do to what they did through the doctrinal warfare program that David Wimhoff talks about in his book is exactly the model of what they do to the Protestants and the Orthodox. So it's the exact same. So anyway, Rigovich 655 continued, and thank you. Thank you. Dutes $25. Would you be willing to interview Nick Bryant, author of Franklin Scandal? Yeah, I think so. I forgot that I got an email from you guys, and I forgot about it. I wasn't trying to be rude. We were in Los Angeles, and it was just nonstop, like podcast events, interviews. So I just forgot about it. But yes, thank you, Dutes. I will try to remember to get back to that email. Junior Gallo, $100. Wow, thank you so much. Dear fellow primate, do you have any recommendations? Well, that video got a lot of views, by the way. It was funny. I think Kyle put it up on the Clips channel, and it got it got a lot of views for the Clips channel. And it was a funny exchange. And then all the Rockfin people hated it for whatever reason. Not all of them, but maybe 4 people hated that video on Rockfin. Some dude got really mad. I don't know what's going on with the angry people on Rockfin, but I'm not talking about the Rockfin people. I'm talking about the Rockfin commenters. So this video was pretty funny. I like the way Kyle clipped it, so check it out. So when he says, "Hello, fellow primate," he's referring to that dude that called in. That was pretty funny. A whole exchange. Do you have recommendations on art and pop culture shaping the CFF Congress. Do you mean the CCF, Congress for Cultural Freedom? I mean, Francis Stoner Saunders' book, but also the Big Fat MI6 book by Stephen Dorrell. Actually has a giant chapter right here. MI6 by Stephen Dorrell. There's a whole chapter on the Congress for Cultural Freedom in that book. Oh, so you said besides McGowan and Saunders? Probably the next relevant one would be Stephen Dorrell's History of MI6, because there's a giant chapter on the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Daniel, $20. I've been broke, so I'm not able to donate. That's okay, dude. You don't have to. I'm back on my feet. And I'm back on my feet again. Bringing in some Michael Bolton, hot and heavy. And I'm back on my feet again. I remember hearing that. Jamie and I were laughing and listening to that Michael Bolton song the other day, and I was like, this is about a rehab. This is Michael Bolton going to rehab, dude. That's what this song's about. Seriously, go listen to Back on My Feet Again. And I'm like, this is about going to AA or something. Which I never thought. When I was a kid, you grow up hearing these 80s, 90s songs. Yeah, you don't pay attention to the lyrics. I'm like, no, this stuff dude's talking about AA. I'm glad Michael Bolton's out of AA, man. Here's a little something to say thank you. Keep doing the work that you're doing. God bless. Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate that. You don't have to give if you struggling to heart up, dude. Don't give to me. Personal, $10. Thank you, Personal. Really appreciate that. Gmal, $10. Thank you for the chalk discount. I can now take 3 Tomcat a day. Whoa. Guys, remember, Tomcat Elite is extremely potent. Extremely testosterone boosting, and it is my favorite. Why are you ramped up? Why are you arguing? How do you do 3 podcasts a day? Tomcat Elite, my favorite. Now 3 a day, you're getting up into that addiction territory. We're gonna have to send you to TA, Tomcat Anonymous, dude. Chalk Anonymous. Taking 3, that's a bit much. I took 2 one time and I didn't sleep. I was like this all night. So I would not recommend 3. But maybe if you space it out and you're doing a lot of stuff, I don't know. Maybe that works for you. I don't know your metabolism. But if you do want to boost your testosterone, you don't want to be a soy man. You don't want to fall prey to virtuous victimhood, dark triad personality signaling. One way to remedy that is to head over to chalk.com and use the promo code J50, that's JAY50, to get 50% off all of those amazing chalk products, including the Sheila Jet, including the Tomcat Elite, including the Action 2.0, including the Chalk Lit, great superfood additive to your smoothie regimen, or the cacao beans if you're into that stuff. I'm not a huge fan of cacao beans, but some people really like that. They like to grind them up. They like to grind them up and put them up their nose. I'm just kidding. Put it in your smoothies or whatever. Remember that if you're a guy or a girl, there's also stacks over there on the website, choq.com. One for men, one for women. If you don't know what to get and you're kind of want to experiment, use the promo code J50 if you're just checking it out for the first time. If you want to use that recurring subscription, use the promo code J53Life. That's JAY53LIFE to get 53% off all recurring subscriptions. Chalk.com, baby. Awesome red pill based company. It is our supporter. It is our official sponsor. By the way, at the live event, we gave out tons of free chalk. So if you come to our live events, you always get free chalk. Derek, $10. Why don't we see the Orthodox proselytizing in the streets like preachers do? Well, let's keep in mind that for us, the idea of converting, it's a lot more involved. Okay. The Protestant idea is, I'm going to do this performative thing and emotionally manipulate you with my testimony, or I'm going to show you some kind of street magic or whatever. And that's fine. There's a place for that. But proselytizing a conversion for the Orthodox is way more serious. You need to come and do catechesis. That's a 1 to 3 year process, you see. So we have a very different attitude about what it means to convert. It's not Romans Road. It's not, here's 6 verses in Romans, pray the prayer, come down to the altar here. I'm Billy Graham. I've got hot cheese pizza. Will you come eat if you come down to the altar and pray the prayer, I'll give you a slice of hot cheese pizza. There's also some Pepsi here. It doesn't work like that. Derek, $5. Why don't we see the Orthodox? All right, we already read that. Derek, you sent your comment twice, dude. By the way, if you want your $5 back, hit me up on Twitter, and I will give you your $5 since you accidentally did it twice. African, $1. Dr. Heiser says that before the creation, the fall of the angels is a tradition established in Paradise Lost. No, it's in the Bible. It's way prior to Paradise Lost. What is your opinion of the 1/3 of the angels falling away? Yeah, I think that when the apocalypse says that 1/3 of the angels fell, it's describing what happened before. It's what happened in the first few verses of Genesis. So yes, Rat Dealer, $1. Hello, Dyer. You see, my family is a divorced kind. I think a lot of people come from divorced families. Everyone except for my mother has become now fruity. I assume you mean they're going crazy. My siblings are in Skittles relationships. Wow. How do I convince them that those are not godly? You're probably not going to convince them through rational argumentation. So I would pray for them and try to live and be kind. And if they ask you, then answer. But I wouldn't just try to argue and debate with them. It's probably not going to get anywhere. Family members are the hardest people to argue or debate with. So just don't even do it. Literally, there's almost no point debating a family member, especially if they're older than you. Okay. They change your diapers. They're not interested in your arguments. Okay. Your parents are not going to listen to you trying to argue them into some position. The only way you're going to convince them is when they see you doing well and they can look at you and say, hey, what, you're different. What happened? What's going on here? That's literally the only way. Unless you have a younger brother or something like that who then comes to you and says, hey, explain orthodoxy to me. Then argue and debate away. Kristen, $5. Thank you. Much appreciated, Kristen. Lion of Zion. Lion of Zion. So we got some Bob Marley up in the house, right? Just want to meet new people. Do so many cool things. That's for you, Lion of Zion. We have Davis Arini on. Davis had me on years ago, and I haven't heard from him or seen his channel, or I didn't know what he was up to, so I didn't know if he disappeared or took a break from the internet, or I wasn't avoiding him. I'll take a look and see if he wants to have a chat. Is there any chance that there'll be a debate with Destiny? Last I heard, Destiny was like, I'll debate you on politics. I don't care about debating politics, so I don't think in the theology debate Destiny really has any interest in a good faith theology debate, so that probably there probably just isn't really any point in doing that. By the way, I'm also focusing on the 2 upcoming Muslim debates. So Thomas something, $2. In your Fuentes Roman Catholic versus Orthodox debate, you mentioned that Pope Honorius was vindicated. I don't remember saying that. He was excommunicated. So I don't know about vindicated. If I said that in speaking fast or something, then I misspoke. Yeah. You said, why do the councils condemn him if they're guided by the Holy Spirit? Yeah, I think he was a heretic. So if I said vindicated, I meant to say excommunicated. And Mill, my point in that was that the whole modus operandi of the Sixth Ecumenical Council is not papal if they can condemn Pope Honorius. So I don't know what you're saying that I said he was vindicated. If I said that, that was a mistake. I meant to say excommunicated. Emil Catabel, $1. How is your book about tag? I'm not writing a book on tag right now. Bayes Piggy, $5. Here's an idea to weed out the haters. Require them to provide a copy of their testosterone score from their physician. After that, you won't get much hate. Well, one thing I have decided and learned after a few of these kerfluffles is that any online interactions that I'm going to have, for the most part, I'm actually going to enforce the physiognomy test. And I'm also, in certain instances, going to require that people demonstrate to me that they actually have some familiarity with some of the reading lists. So like you saw that pinned tweet that I had that had several thousand likes on it, which I just took down to put up the Colonel Douglas McGregor interview that I put on Twitter that he shared. There's a list of about 50 geopolitical texts. So anytime there's going to be any interactions on any of this stuff, you need to demonstrate to me that you have some familiarity with those texts. I don't expect that you've read all 50 of them, but these are the new standards. That, and if you sound like a soy man, if you talk like this, we will not be interacting ever. So those are my new standards. Bays Pay Piggy $5. Thank you for this good fight. The non-haters out here appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Tinfoil Hat Girl, $10. Here's a question on the Templars. I have a theory that the Jesuits are an arm of the Templars renamed. Could be. I haven't gone enough into the history of exactly what Loyola was up to, right? So I guess this would depend on exactly what the Illuminados was, because Ignatius of Loyola was in a secret society, a Hermetic group, before he became the Jesuit that we know him, or at the beginning of the Jesuits or whatever. But I've not read a whole lot on the actual history of that group. It's an area I don't know a lot about, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's not some Templar overlap with the Illuminados, but I just don't know. It's a really great question. My research on the Institute has me thinking this. Could be. Justin, $10. Thank you for the conversation. I was wondering what you thought about Father Stephen DeYoung. So I know that Lewis and Kai have interviewed him many times on Orthodox Shahada, so I'm sure that the Religion of the Apostles is really good, solid stuff. Never heard or seen him say anything I disagree with, so I don't have any qualms at all. $5 from Mr. Anderson says, another great stream. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. If you guys would like and share this, also remember to support our sponsors over at chalk.com. Use the promo code J50 to get 50% off, choq.com. Also use the promo code J53Life to get 53% off recurring subscriptions. You can get my philosophy course, 12 lectures, 20 or 30-ish hours in the Autonomy Agora Marketplace link. Orders for the Red Book, you can make those as well at the show description, their link. You can get, by the way, some people had ordered meta-narratives books. They were out of stock. I have them in stock now, so those orders will be going out. If you had to wait a little bit, if you're delayed, I apologize. Also, I know that people were worried about the part 2 to Flannery O'Connor and the part 2 to the Jordan Peterson talk. I'm going to do the part 2 to Jordan Peterson right now. So that will be tonight. So I'm sorry you guys had to wait. It's very difficult to do part 2s when we're in LA and constantly doing podcasts. I think we did stuff every day. So, yeah, that's why we were 2 weeks off on all the part 2s. So I know that I owe you guys Flannery O'Connor part 2. I did finish the book. I'm also, by the way, reading, I got about halfway into her other novel. So I forgot that Violent Bear It Away isn't a short story. It's actually another novel. So it is also very relevant to what we talk about. And it's actually about Prelest. So it's going to be interesting to see and do an analysis of Flannery O'Connor's Violent Bear It Away novella. And I'm going to do the Jordan Peterson part 2 right now. And I forgot what... we still... I still owe you guys too. I said we would do an analysis of Professor Anthony Sutton and Patrick Wood's book on the trilaterals. So I'm halfway through that book as well, and that will probably be the next live stream. And then I got to figure out how to, this one's a little, like the last part of this beast here is a little edgy for YouTube. So we might have to move that over to Rockfin. I think I'll do that. I'll do the last part of Ratiu's book on Rockfin. Also, guys, remember we had some huge interviews this week. I mean, like big stuff coming out. We did Tripoli. So if you didn't see the Sam Tripoli interview, that was a blast. Jamie came on with me. Everybody had a lot of fun with that. So that is linked way down here, I think. Somewhere. Anyway, go over to Rockfin, to Tinfoil Hat, Sam Tripoli's podcast on Rockfin, and you can see or listen to the really cool wild talk we had with Tripoli. Then we had our live event, which we don't record those because I want people to come out and see it. And if it's recorded, they'll just watch it online and not come out. Then we had Sammy Gravano, the most famous living gangster. He put up the interview that we did. However, that full interview is on his paywall. But yesterday they put up the interview that we did on the movie Sound of Freedom. So if you want to see me and Sammy the Bull, Anna, and I think he's a district attorney, Mike Vecchione, we had a conversation yesterday. Now this is separate from the in-depth interview about JFK, Marilyn Monroe, Sam Giancana that I did with Sammy the Bull. So go over to there and watch that. If you want to watch the full Sammy the Bull interview that we did on this right here, you have to subscribe to him. So this is behind his paywall. I will play this here at the end a little bit. If you want to see this, where is it at? What we did here. Now I don't want to play this because the audio, the music's going to trigger. So I'm here. Just go watch it. And if you want to subscribe to Sammy, you can subscribe to see the full interview that we did. But hey, it was a great conversation. I was kind of blown away at some of the stuff that Sammy the Bull said in terms of like JFK and all that. It's pretty wild. But that's on his paywall over at ourthing.tv. So I'll give you the link to his paywall if you're interested in that interview. Here it is. Our Thing. So there's that. And then look for the in-studio that we did with Jamie Kennedy. So we also had an interview in studio at Jamie Kennedy's. And that will be coming out on his channel. We did a whole podcast with Jamie Kennedy. Look for the podcast we did with Pearl, with Rachel and Tim Gordon. And I feel like I did one more thing, but I don't remember what. Oh, I did a kind of a weird archetype style breakdown of Lord Voldemort last Friday on the 4th hour. So it was an atypical stream. So if you're looking for an atypical Lord Voldemort stream, last Friday I did that. Not 2 days ago, not yesterday, but like last Friday. So let me find that. Everybody always asks, "Where's your stream? Where's okay?" Just go to the website and search my name, man. So here is the kind of atypical stream. Now it's titled this, but demonic manifestations rise as society crumbles. It's actually kind of out there, but in a good way. So, all right, thank you guys so much. Everybody have a good night, and I will do the. Somebody sent another submit. Thomas says for $1. I think you missed my super chat about the Book of Acts. Okay, let me go back and see it. Will you ever do a talk on the Book of Acts? I hadn't thought about that. I kind of took a break from the theology streams because so many people were whining and bitching and complaining, and it made me not want to talk about theology with these people. Just because so many people just lose their mind, and I mean, like, literally probably 75% of what they say is just not true. It's weird. So, and I don't want to be identified as some preacher, man. I'm not a preacher. I'm not here to be your guru or your moral advisor or your. That's not my role, man. I do entertainment, infotainment, and debates and lectures. So, will I do an Book of Acts lecture? Maybe one day. Appreciate the recommendation. Did I miss another one here? Maybe not. I can't see. No, Rat Dealer. I got that one. All right. Thank you guys. Everybody have a good night.